Deborah.
What?
Oh.
Jay's going to record this.
Oh.
This is a very
That'll be cool, huh?
massive
Yeah.
operation.
Okay, well, let's see. I think what I need to do is shrink this down or something. Do the screen share.
Yeah, what was that little negative thing on the far right there?
Yeah, let me get all the way back here. This thing, right? Oh, and we'll bring that down here. And then we go to full view.
So if we're going through these and you have any questions, just shout them out, I guess.
About notepad.
What?
Should have brought a notepad. Well, we're recording it.
Okay,
Jason's recording it.
so guys, the way we've done this kind of shows it, but this is kind of the family tree for Dale and Maxine Miller Cain. And we just went back 2 generations beyond them where we still had photographs for and have knowledge of these people. And so the first one that we're going to do here is this Henry and Harrietta, and then William Henry, and then we'll do my dad's mom's side. And then we'll come down and do my mom's side, her mother, and then her dad's side, which is the Miller side. So those are the groups that we're going to focus on today to start with. And then we can, once we get up to around 1938 or 9 or 40, you know, that's when Dale and Maxine met each other, and that kind of takes off into more of today's world, more people that you will know of. And because for the most part, all these older generation, with only a few exceptions, most of you have never heard of these folks and don't know who they are. But this is kind of a high level tree to give you a perspective. Okay? So the William Henry Cain, I started with that one because that's really the name of the family right up to this point. And although it started before that in the US, but the first place that we really have some information on is William Henry Cain, and this would have been Dale's grandfather. He bought a farm that's shown right here in the red here, the Cain farm. Do you guys know where Kearney and Grand Island are on I-80? If you do, it's kind of in the middle of Nebraska. So anyway, that was kind of the start of when we have more photographs and stories about. And this gives you a wider view of it, all the way from Lincoln and Omaha over here on the far right.
So tell them the name of the town that that farm is in now.
Yeah, the farm is in Funk.
I love that.
Funk, Nebraska. So this is probably the oldest photograph that we have. And this is when my grandpa's dad, William Henry Cain, in 1850.
So, great.
Yeah, so for Neva and I, this is our great grandfather.
And then for Lori, Mark, Tim, Jason, Becky, it'd be great.
Right.
And Lily and all the kids would be great.
Yep. So Lily, this is your great grandfather. One of many that you have.
Very
And-
interesting.
And the next photo is actually this little fellow's father,
Wow.
Jordan Cain.
So that's great, Lily.
4 greats for you, Lily.
Kind of handsome.
Right.
And this would be your 4 great grandmother.
She's really beautiful.
Yeah,
Was.
she really was. And this is our great grandfather, the little 2-year-old, as he got a little bit older here.
You notice he had bubbles on his face.
Well, yeah, I couldn't get rid of the bubbles, sorry. Now, this is interesting. This is actually the album that a lot of photographs came from. And this is one where my grandpa, Mort is what everybody called him, but Morton Franklin Cain, and he gave this album to his mother to put photographs in. Unfortunately, they wrote in these. So this is kind of a typical page. And our grandma, Ava Cain, she was really good at documenting and writing in them who's who. Otherwise, a lot of albums that people have, you know, that's nice, but you don't even know who they are, let alone how they connect with your family. Let's see. We'll go through a lot of these pretty quick because they're only in here because they happen to be in an album, but we don't really need to focus too much on them.
We want to give you a little color.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we.
Now we do want to stop on this one. I don't know whether you've ever heard the name Fanny Up.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
So Fanny Up was Dale's aunt. So he actually had a Fanny Up. So that's not a direct bloodline to us, but it is a relative. And you've probably heard her name a lot. Fanny Up. So this is about 1876.
And her maiden name was Yo, Y-O-E. So Yo Up.
Yo Up.
We're getting there.
And this is as our grandpa Cain's parents were starting to age a little more. They're a little older here. If you see anybody that you think looks like yourself, holler out.
Why did you put your hands on the albums?
On what?
The albums. Who had those albums originally?
Well, this particular album, my dad ended up with out of the family, nobody else.
They just held on.
Yeah.
Cool.
So this is an early photograph of our grandpa Cain. He's the little guy in the middle. That's him right here. And that's, real significant because for sure, Neva and I, remember him really well as a little kid, because we'd go back to our grandparents' house and we'd get to horse around with him. He was always a funny guy with us.
Called us Thunder Pumper. Come here, Thunder Pumper.
Yeah.
Hi, you little Thunder Pumper.
So that is our grandpa Mort Cain on the left, and then his grandma in the middle, and then his sister Julia. Well, the story on this one, hopefully you'll appreciate it if I can figure out how to do it. I may not be able to do it to everybody, but this is a relative, Frank Yo. So he would be my dad's uncle, either uncle or great uncle. Anyway, holding in my hand, which you can't see, is a knife that when this guy was passing away, he gave this knife to our grandpa Cain, which I now have it. So it's pretty cool to see the guy that actually owned that knife.
Okay, you have to quit sharing and
Oh.
we'll share voting.
Hang on, we're gonna get out of this for a second.
Oh, you're frightening me.
Hi. We weren't sure if you were recording. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Good.
Hi.
Look at your hair. It's so amazing. Did you get in? Hi. You're so Yeah.
We were wondering if
Oh, little bits was gonna come.
So
Okay, Alice, how do I?
Just try that.
Oh my God,
I don't know.
Right.
Okay, and then just.
Am I hug your grandma?
Oh, shoot, I don't know how to.
Okay, try it. Okay, now, lift that up all the way at the top, and I think maybe you will see on the right, there should be a.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
this is nice.
J. Crew.
Oh, good.
There's not.
Gotta get,
So do the,
so they can see.
do the view on the right, the far right, or not the far right, but the,
This one.
yeah, do that one, gallery view.
Gallery view.
Yeah. Okay, now bring Bodie over here. Roger, stand up.
Bring Bodie over so everybody can see.
But I'm not sure why it's not going big. No,
The
camera's
actually
over
it
there.
has to be over
Oh, I
here.
didn't know we were on.
Yeah.
Yes, we're on candid camera.
Yes.
Oh. He's the newest member.
Hi.
Hi, Bodie.
Can you say?
Down.
It's Tim, are you there?
Not. Yeah, I kind of.
He's muted.
Sort of doesn't mind.
Everyone's muted.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just wondering.
I can't take it. Because it is, it's starting to like.
Is that the
grow.
first time you've been on
Yeah,
TV?
matted and gross and-
Okay.
So Bodie from Tess and Steven.
Oh, I know why that's not working. Okay.
Why?
So you want to go, because you didn't stop sharing. So, but that's okay. We're good now.
Yeah.
So why
'cause,
don't you make that
Oh my God.
little again? And put it back down over there. And then go back up to the yellow screen and click on that one right there.
You're 8 months.
Wowzer.
There we go.
I know, I don't. It feels like you just. I
and the question was, where was I? Oh, it was right here.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about the knife.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got some San Pellegrino and some, what is this stuff called?
Okay, back to the show.
You want to wait until they get settled,
And some, we've got some.
maybe?
As long as we don't lose our.
Oh, that's true, the ones that are on Zoom.
okay. I'll stick it in the phone.
Hang in there, guys.
It'd be so cool with his little tie-dyed. Oh God. I bet you have the coolest outfits.
A lot nicer than.
How's your wardrobe? Thank you. You're welcome.
Would you like something to drink? Okay.
Then there's.
Foods.
All right. Now, this is like olden days.
Hey, Uncle Roger,
What?
can you send me the picture of Fanny up?
Yes.
Yes.
Cause
Oh,
she's
that's right,
yeah.
really beautiful.
She looks a little bit like you, don't you think?
I think so.
This one? Is this the one she wants?
No, Fanny up.
Fanny.
She's really beautiful.
You don't mean this one, do you?
No.
No.
No, the younger
Yeah,
woman.
from-
Okay. Fanny up.
What does that sound? This is the animal and kid whisperer.
And Bama, can you send it to my mobile? By
Yeah, I have,
phone number?
yeah, I have your number, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
'Cause I-
Like, she wants to text it to her.
So this is kind of the first big family photograph that has our grandpa in, who's this fella right here.
Farmer tan.
And a couple of his siblings. So this is right around the turn of the century. Some of the barns that some of the relatives owned. Harriet was her real name, but everybody called her Hattie.
I wonder.
Because she wears hats.
Maybe.
Because she wears hats. Yeah.
Always had a hat on, maybe. I don't know.
Yes.
There's our grandpa,
I love that.
Neva and my grandpa.
I don't remember seeing that. He's the guy in the lower right. Now on the
Far
left.
left, a threshing crew. Of this typical 4 generations that a lot of folks try to take. But that was a pretty big deal back then, especially because people didn't live to be 90 years old very often. There's our grandpa again.
Doesn't he look like Mark? I think he looks
I
like.
thought
I can
actually,
see
yeah, I
Mark,
can see Mark in there. What do you think, Mark?
Mark's done.
Yeah, except for the hair,
Well, but you could do that with your hair.
You
the,
could do
the
that. with your-
nose.
Yeah.
Look at that ensemble.
That's a nice suit.
That's our grandpa Mort on the left, driving the carriage. This would be our great grandpa here. And Neva and I don't ever remember seeing him. Some of our great grandparents we did get to see.
Yeah, because he died in 1916. Right.
Yeah, he died early.
Ghost.
Yeah.
And Mary Ann went by the name Polly.
Polly, shut yo.
Shut. No.
Shut
up.
Cain, shut up.
Yeah.
That's grandpa on the right. Grandpa on the right.
Yeah, that was an interesting picture.
One thing that amazed me with so many of the photographs is that, you know, for the most part, these were all just hardworking, you know, farmer people and whatnot. And yet they had so many events and photographs where they always put ties and coats on. And that would be our great grandma.
Not there. Mean.
And the
I'm
hat
loving the
lady-
women's fashion.
Yeah.
I
Right?
love the silhouettes and everything that they used back then. It's beautiful.
What do you think of those hats, Lily?
I would love to wear one of them. Even though they look kind of heavy to put on your head, they look very cool.
They do look like they would be, don't they?
Yeah.
There are some interesting hats on the little kids too.
Oh my God, I love that. That looks like it belongs in a frame that you would buy, like
Yeah,
stock photos.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is that, the farm that the Cain started in 1903. We think this house was on that farm. And, oh, this is something they did sometimes too, a 4th-generation photo, but it's Photoshopped.
Yeah, I was like, that is creepy.
Yeah, the person right here,
Yeah, they
Mary-
actually photoshopped women's corset photos back in the day.
Oh, gee.
they did amazing stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't Photoshop,
But-
yeah.
Oh. Well, they cut out the photograph. Like literally like. Oh.
And took another photo of it, and then it's all one photo.
Composite.
So this is a shot of the whole family. I think there's ones with names on it anyway. The one right here where our arrow is, if you guys can see my arrow, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, that's our grandpa, and this is his mother. And then all of these are siblings, or in some cases, they're children. Like here's Bill Cain. He's actually our Uncle Bill,
Your grandpa Dale,
his brother.
older brother.
So he was born first. So this photo was taken just a couple of years before Dale was born. This is the draft registration card of our Grandpa Cain. Here's some more hats for you, Lily.
And Tessa Jones.
Merlin, Arlen, and who? Merlin,
Marvin.
Marvin, Arlen, and Merlin. Ouch.
Yeah.
Bet they were all called each other's
Yeah,
names.
Marvin, Arlen, Marvin. What?
You know who I'm talking about.
Whoever the hell.
Out here.
You with the hat. Not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
You all got hats on.
We'll go back to that one. Who's that one?
Eli was one of our Grandpa Cain's brothers.
Okay. I love it, Birdie and Hattie and.
And he actually kind of got out of the area. He went out to California and started raising his families out there.
They both have the eyes. They're both of their sets of eyes. But like,
There's your Arlen, Merlin, Marvin again.
On purpose, too. Wow.
I like this one.
yes, girl. Pants,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pantalones.
pantalones in a car.
Really fancy bonnets.
Pull down the whole TV. Dangerous.
That screen sharing thing on the shop does intrude once in a while, doesn't it? There's Fanny up as she got older.
And so far we've got a Yo up and a Cain. So Yo Cain, shut up.
So this is our Neva and my grandpa Cain right here. And his siblings celebrating their mom's birthday. Birdie was her name, Eli's wife.
What? Hello.
That's the corner, buddy. You're okay. Yes, I know. That's a good level. Such a yeah. Change direction. Yeah.
She's not spending that much time on your hair. Ever.
Awesome patterns.
Yeah, exactly.
New soft. Lots of holes.
So we're still in the Cain family here, but we're getting up into the 40s. So we're almost done with that group.
The 40s.
Oh my God, I love it.
Some of you know this fella.
Oh, is he the one, he's the farm?
Roger Cain. Yeah,
The other Roger Cain.
he came to Dad's funeral.
We did, yeah. Right.
So he really owns the farm right at this point, but he's got 2 boys and he's hoping one of them will want it. And that's an aerial view of that farm
Hello.
that was bought in 1903. This was taken in 1954.
So Dad, that farm is still in the family right now.
Yes.
Yeah, Roger Cain, the younger, owns it.
Okay.
I'll try to horn in on it though, if I can.
Oh, yeah, totally.
And then at the end of each grouping, you know, all of the years that, you know, Mom and Dad traveled and they took photographs of the gravestones and everything. And so I put those all together kind of at the end of each of the groups, kind of as a good place to keep them in my album. And there is Fanny and Zachariah up. And this is our Grandma and Grandpa Cain. This is a little cemetery that's just south of the town that they lived in there in Maxwell, Nebraska. White Hill Cemetery.
Oh, is that the funeral you were
Hey,
at?
Dad, can you go back to?
Did you go to that funeral when you took Mark?
Uh,
This one, Jay?
yeah, it's quite an age difference.
Yes.
Dang.
Yeah. Yep. Mort was pretty old when he snagged Ava.
Whoa, 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 whoa. The PG
He had a rod in the cradle.
Oh, never mind.
Good eye, Jay.
Yeah.
15?
This is the oldest, that Jordan Cain, father of Henry. This is the oldest
Does he like
name that we have
Does he like-
knowledge about, you know, where they were buried and all that. Born in 1821.
Oh, boy.
You know, so when you see things like this, you think, well, gee, was he in the Civil War? So there's a lot of questions that when you look at dates, questions kind of pop into your mind that we don't have any knowledge of. Okay, this is the second group. So this is our Grandma Cain's, Ava, is her family.
We do have some fun blood.
And we don't know a lot of history really about that family other than, you know, they were farmers and whatnot. They lived most of their lives in Nebraska. towards the end was around the Maxwell area, but they actually went down to Kansas for a couple of years, probably to maybe find a better life. We're not really sure, but then they came back. So, you know, the whole area is sandwiched. Here's in the middle, you've got where that Cain farm was. And then Morton ended up in Maxwell. And the Andersons, which is where Ava came from, ended up there as well. So this is our Grandma Cain's dad, Henry Philip Anderson. This is would be our great grandma, Arminta, and she went by Minnie.
She looks happy in that photo.
That's what we thought.
Yeah. Like young pictures of you, Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I wonder. So Lily, you might recognize that photo. I have that in the, on that shelf in my closet.
Yes, yes, I do.
Yep, that's her.
Where's our?
We talked about how she would.
Was that Christina?
What?
Cute that he's trying.
So they had 10 kids in all, and this was taken in 1899, before the last 3 were born. But let's see. I think this is Ava. This is our grandma right here. Yep.
They'll kill her.
This is on the, this is the actual back of that family photograph. And this is our grandma Cain, Ava Cain. She wrote on the back of photographs extensively, which really helped identify who the folks were and give us what we believe to be accurate, you know, ages when they were born and died. She did things like this to help the process along. Well, this is kind of funny. This is an actual Easter card that our grandma's teacher gave her in 1902.
Happy Easter, child.
When she was 8 years old.
This is great.
Now this is one of the boys in the family. His name was Lester. And there's going to be a photograph here that we'll zoom in on so you can see what little boys got, how they got dressed up. And oh, this is one of my favorites too. This is our grandma when she was 7 years old.
That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Now this is when I mentioned for a while they moved down to Kansas, and this was their house when they were down there. And this is the photo I want to zoom in on because this is all the family, all the kids. And this one right here, the littlest one in this photo. So I can get down there. Yeah. This little person, boy or girl?
Because you're asking them to say boy.
Yeah, that's
Am I right?
that's Lester.
That's Lester.
We're gonna zoom in on.
And this is Ava. This is our grandma and her younger brother Lester. And another thing that will be part of the little story we'll tell you about is you notice our great grandpa's leg.
Yeah.
Foot is turned.
My dad called it, you know, he said he had a club foot because this was my dad's grandpa.
I thought he was just standing there.
About, you're talking about, because of that.
Yeah, let's do that now.
It's over here.
Yeah. Later on, when they moved back from Kansas to around the Maxwell, Nebraska area, and they built a house, Neve and I both heard two little pieces of the story that his wife, Arminta, or Minnie, because of his physical condition when they built the house, apparently she had to build the stairway that went upstairs, and also that she did a lot of the stonework on the outside of the house that they had there, all because of his physical problem. And we don't really know. I mean, to me, it looks like it's something he had for a long time, and yet he had a huge family, so they must have been earning a living doing
That's
farming.
somewhere I saw recently that he had polio.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
so possibly polio.
So we don't really know.
So he had that since his childhood, or he was born with it like that then? Not like an injury or something?
Yeah, it wasn't an injury. No. I don't think that wouldn't. Although it could be, I suppose.
They're not 100% sure.
Right. We don't know for sure. But somehow he managed to, with the help of his wife, provide for this giant family. Now, this was kind of fun. This was when they were in Kansas in 1905. And a couple, our grandma is way over here on the right, say Ava, and a couple of her siblings. But so 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 of the Cain or the Anderson kids were in this little class here, probably one of those one-room schoolhouses. And lo and behold, I wanted to know exactly where it was, and I looked it up, and it's still there, and it's on the National Historic Places. So you can see this photograph right here was taken right on the side of that building. That made me excited. More hats for you, Lily.
See, actually, that.
Those look really cool.
Oh, another thing that you find out when you scan these photos, you can kind of see way over here, see all those little lines? That's somebody's thumbprint.
That's crazy.
And you always think, wow, geez, we ought to be able to figure out, by going back to some medical, birth records or whatever, and find out who touched that photograph.
For instance.
The girl in the last photo was very beautiful.
The what?
This,
The two.
yeah, this is the same one, Pearl. So she was a
Is it she?
sister of our grandma Cain.
Is that her real neck or is that Photoshop?
I know.
I know.
That was very long.
Because he was level for that weird thing.
Yeah, it does look.
Awkward. That's not real.
It's like she's standing behind one of those,
Yes,
Cut
it
out.
does, doesn't it? Yeah. It has to be.
These are the youngest kids, so these are the siblings that are younger than our grandma Cain was. And this is their whole family, most of them anyway. So that fella is our Henry Phillip. He's our great grandfather on Dad's mom's side. And this is our grandma in 1910, before she got married. She was a good looking lady too.
Before she got married.
And
And then they got married.
Well,
She let it go.
so far the photos that you've seen, we always remember her as being, real stern, I guess is the word we
Yeah.
use. Yeah. very religious, very stern. And you can see our great grandpa here, you know, with the leg issue. It really shows up in some of these photos. Oh, this one was kind of fun. Our grandma had a photograph here, and she wrote on it 1915 in North Platte. So it had to be one of the first airplanes in Nebraska.
That is. Oh, sure is.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So these are a lot of her siblings, our Grandma Cain's siblings. I like this one.
We got the Kaiser.
We got the
Ooh.
Kaiser.
Wow.
So that was right after World War I.
I know, no one has likes this movie, Mike. You're not used to that. I get it. Here it comes. Shut it along.
Working the wheat field. So as that little girl got older, he started dressing like a man.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's his wife. So he actually married a woman too.
Our neighbors like 2 houses down. They're older.
It's fun to also just get a glimpse of some of the houses
Yeah, look at that.
that some of our relatives lived in.
Is that outside?
Yeah, what is that on there?
Tile?
Yeah, I don't know.
Some old linoleum or that oilcloth stuff.
So this is very-
Probably plug up or keep the wind from howling through the boards. Or oh, this is one of my favorites. But I'm not going to be able to. That top is in the way, but I'll explain what this is. So do you see down here on the lower left? That's our Grandma and Grandpa Cain's house. That's where we always knew them as we were growing up before they moved, before he died and she moved to North Platte. But as a kid, this is the house we'd visit. And right in front of their house was what was called the Lincoln Highway. That's US Highway 30. And it was just, 30 feet from their house. So up until 1935, that was gravel. So a US highway that ran almost through their front yard was finally paved in 1935.
I see people everywhere.
That is interesting.
He's a dandy.
This is like hair.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's what I.
Which one of you guys wants to see if you can match that hairdo?
Me.
Yeah, actually.
Actually, it's Lori.
How related is this? Yeah. No, that's okay. No, this is still,
Flip test.
And our Grandma Cain, she had a big group of siblings, but most of them lived, to be pretty old too. That's her in the middle. So tombstones, like you say, by now, that's nearing the end of this group. Okay, now we're gonna move on to mom's side.
That was her name is Volborg?
Uh-huh.
Volborg?
Volborg.
Volborg. That was her first name.
Yeah.
What's that?
Volborg's name.
What did they call her?
Volleyball.
Something. I've never heard that name ever.
But there's a
No,
different
seriously.
pronunciation though.
Yeah. You know what it is?
No, Amy told us, but I can't remember.
Oh, she did, didn't she?
Mhm.
Oh.
So again, these are the parents of our Grandpa Miller. And some of you remember him for sure. So Volborg's father, C.O. Leth, he brought his family from Denmark in 1883. He wasn't the first in the family. Some of his siblings had already come over. But he homesteaded in Danaverke, Nebraska there in 1890. And then he built a home north of the church after he retired in 1902. And that church is still there. I don't think the home is at this point. But then
The one that the farm was on this, because that's the one that Chester and Alva ended up with.
well, but there's no home immediately to the north of the church, not close.
I'm talking about the homes, the
but
home that,
Notice the Axel Miller from Denmark, that the name was not Miller, it was Muller.
oh, I'm thinking.
So it was real common in those days. When folks came to America, they didn't want their name to sound like they were an immigrant. So they changed their name to sound, something that would be more American. And so Axel Muller did that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think she did.
So they met in 1895, and then they moved into the home of Volborg's father, and they farmed that whole Leth farm until they retired in 1938, and they moved to St. Paul. St. Paul was kind of the biggest little town that was around all of these little towns that all of our relatives lived in back there on the Miller side. And
that's the house that.
they had 12 children, and 11 survived into adulthood, which is really pretty amazing. And then Chester took over the farm. And, you always wonder too, with 12 kids, and a lot of them were boys, and you wonder, well, how does Axel decide who's going to get his farm? Or maybe Chester was the only one that wanted it. You'll never know. Because Niels Herman, everybody always called him Herman Miller. He was the oldest out of
I
that
wish
group of 12. And
it'll be an income true.
apparently he didn't want to have anything to do with farming anyway. So he would go on to meet Freda Christensen in 1921 and begin the other branch of our family. So again, this is a little map that, it's even littler there. But some of these towns are where our relatives lived or got mailing sent to, like Palmer and Cushing, Coatesville, Elba, and Danaverke in Scotia. Danaverke is the one you hear about because that's probably where most of the action took place, even though it was probably the smallest of all these little burgs that were around there. Oh, this one's kind of fun. I don't remember what year this is, but we found this in the actual church, the Danaverke church. And it just tells about the area in that time frame and who owned all the different sections of land in that area. So there's the little town of Dannevirke, and this was that farm that we first talked about that Chester took over. And then these are some of our other relatives and great uncles, et cetera, that are also own property around there. And a lot of the names, though, even are familiar to us just because they were friends of the family, et cetera. Okay. Wow. Is that a photograph or a drawing or what? That's Axel Miller's mother, Moller, because she never left Denmark, of course.
They wouldn't let her with that.
And this is Volborg's father. CO Leth is how you usually see it. But
Were these the rich ones?
well, I think they did pretty well. I mean, he homesteaded there and his farm did well enough that the little community of Dannevirke needed a church, and he contributed a chunk of change to help make that happen. And that's why this picture is actually inside the Dannevirke church there. Now, Neve and I had to work to figure out some of these photos because they weren't all marked, which is unusual. But this, after editing, looks like that. And lo and behold, this is Volborg's mother. So she married the CO Leth. And again, this makes it even more confusing because her maiden name was Christensen, which is also another one of our family names. We don't think they're relatives, but who knows?
It might have been cousins.
Over in Denmark, you just don't know. Yep. So this is Volborg, about roughly in the time frame when she got married to Axel. And this is their wedding certificate. And we just noticed this morning the names that are up here on the top. We think they were just having fun because Axel Miller Esquire.
But we found out Esquire can mean like a gentleman
Yeah.
as well as.
That's true.
And especially when you look down below, another relative that witnessed it was Esquire, and another relative that witnessed it was also an Esquire. The judge wasn't. And the only one we can't really figure out, this is Volborg Leth, soon to be Miller, but what is this? We don't know what that says. So we'll have to keep working to decipher that one. So another one, these are really big photos here. I mean, these things are like 16 by 20. So that is Axel. So that's our Grandpa Miller's dad. Kind of looks a little bit like Nazi hair to me. And this is Volborg.
I see Grandma Miller and her. Oh, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, no, right, that's not in.
But they do.
They do, yeah. So there we have Volborg and Axel. and their first couple of kids. The oldest boy there on the far right, that's our grandpa, Herman Miller.
He's wearing his hair the same way as his dad.
Yeah. As they're aging,
They look so low.
so somewhere around 1910,
So tired.
again, the tall guy up here, you can just can't see his forehead anyway. That's our grandpa Herman. And this is not a relative, and you can't read it because it's covered up there, but this is our grandpa Miller's first teacher when he was 5 years old.
Dang.
Her side profile and her front facing
Mugshot.
they did not look like the same person.
And apparently he was a pretty good student, a certificate of award for perfect attendance.
Yes.
Finding something.
Everybody gets awards.
Now, this is actually the town of Daniver. There's a street you can see way on the far left. The road comes along here like this, and then there's a crossroad right there in front of this little building. This building here was their community house, and it's actually still there. But they had, you know, any community events, dances, whatever, were held in this little building right here. And then the church ended up just, you can't see it, but it would have been right about over here, which is that one.
So Axel had been,
So that's still here today.
Very pretty church inside.
yeah.
And this is Axel and Volborg's. That's our great grandparents on the Miller side, their first house they had. And this is one of their relatives, an uncle.
Axel, when they were in Denmark, was a dance instructor.
Really? Axel?
Say that
Axel.
louder.
So Axel, his father, when he was back in Denmark, his father owned a hotel and a store, and Axel would help sometimes with as a bartender, and also taught dancing.
Wow.
And so shoot, there was another note I had down there. Yeah. And he was also in the Danish army.
He was also in the
Also in the
Army.
Danish army.
Yeah. Yeah, that several of our relatives were in the Danish army and they fought
And his father actually fought the Germans.
Germans, yeah.
Way
So the
before-
Danes
in
and the,
1800s.
yeah, this is way before World War I. So this is Herman Miller right here. I can, come on, where are you, Herman? It's not working anymore here, is it? Yeah.
That's a better one.
Yeah, anyway, that's him. This is Herman. So you can see we're starting to get out of the horse era and get into steam power. Sorry. There's Herman.
It kind of blends in.
All right. Hold your comments.
Nope, I was actually gonna ask if we have any special friends. What was this? What was that?
Hmm?
Anna?
Just a relative, and a friend of the relative.
Hard for you to accept, Lori.
I was hoping we had
You
some
want
days
progressive
for
the other day.
family. I'm glad we're open.
Herman had lots of photographs of his cousins as well. This is Herman in around 1913. He would have been about 18 years old there, 18, 19 years old.
Have you seen a photo from the 40s or something? It's like a monster. Yeah.
Yeah. it
Also, he does.
is. That just doesn't.
Yeah, and these are
Yeah,
almost
yeah,
the same
yeah.
time frame, but you know, all dressed up, a little more formal, but still a smile. And then this one I love.
Yeah. That's like a photo booth.
Mhm. Yeah, it does.
Well, so here's another thing we haven't quite figured out yet. The family story is that Herman only went to school through the 8th grade. And I'm looking through all these photographs and I see some things about a college. And there was actually a college in St. Paul, which if you recall, that was kind of that closest little bigger town. And it was called the St. Paul College and Normal School. And
Business college and normal.
yeah, business and normal. And we know that he went there. In fact, we actually have some of his like workbooks from when he went to that college. But we don't know really what he was studying, or was he going there to get a GED, or, you know.
Well, it was accounting.
But did he really drop out at 8th grade and then you could go directly to college, you know?
Back then, who knows?
Maybe. So we're,
Prove
you know,
yourself.
we don't really know.
That's fun.
Fancy.
There's Herman right there. Some people think that this is him, but I haven't quite decided that for myself. That's him on the left, St. Paul Normal and Business College. Oh, and one of our cousins, Amy, was positive that there's no way he went to college because her information had him dropping out of school in the 8th grade. Well, I found on the internet, this is the photograph of the Normal and Business College. And when you look at that, that's the college. They're standing on that front step.
You sent that to Amy.
Yeah. And they seem to take a lot of photographs in that couple year period as well.
Did that instead of study.
Yeah. So most likely this would have been in the period between 1913 and 1916. Oh, and another thing that cements this, we know he went there. He kept a postcard that he got from either a friend or a cousin that was talking about him going to college and getting smarter. So I think all the evidence says, yeah, he definitely went there. We don't know for how long. One possibility is maybe he was still there when he was drafted, which was 1917. But he sure looks like he has a future for something other than being a farmer.
Right.
Yeah.
Bunch of cousins. And he had a lot of photographs of people that he didn't write on, so we don't know who a lot of these folks are, but they're either friends or relatives for sure. I like that hat. There's Herman. Looks like he's standing underneath a water tank.
He's a movie star.
Yeah, he does. With that square jaw.
Yeah, he is.
He should be in a Western.
Totally.
Yes, right.
This was the second born, so this is his closest in age sibling, Ida. And I think this is Ida. There's Ida. Ida. Working the fields around Dannevirke. Herman in the middle there. Again, they're in a field, but they all have their suits on. Even that, I love this
Shot, that is so
photograph.
cool.
Yeah, that is
Oh, yeah.
cool.
That is awesome.
I just wonder who took that.
Yeah.
Budding artist.
And I love this one too.
Yeah, that's so
Oh
cool.
my gosh.
You always,
Yeah, what's
are
that?
they
Yeah,
going
what are
off
they
to
doing?
college or,
Going to the army? What? Yeah.
I think they're selling soap or something.
yeah. Door-to-door salesman.
Yes, yeah, that's the original.
Full of brush, man.
Yes.
Oh, this is awesome. They went hunting a lot. And so that's Herman Miller standing on the very nose of that truck. Oh, one thing, there's several photos where I know they're out hunting, and the books that Neva brought up that are actually from his records and all that of where he spent money in different years. And it's amazing how many shells, they were called just shells. Well, they weren't seashells.
They buy it.
And I think from what I could probably gather, they would go out pheasant hunting, and if they knew they had enough for their family, then they would probably sell the pheasants for food for other people. So again, just doing what you can to scratch out a living. You'd love to know what this was all about here, standing next to an old boxcar, or a new boxcar, it probably was.
Yeah, why?
And Herman had a lot of postcards. Oh, one thing that was unique about those era is that people would have photographs, but they were printed on real heavy cardstock, and on the back it was like a postcard, so you could send it to somebody with a stamp on it and everything. And he had lots of those. So a few occasions I would just, copy that and show you the back and to see how people communicated. The Howard County Courthouse, that was in St. Paul. And this is something that he had photographs of. He didn't take the photographs, and you don't know whether he saw this or not, but it was close enough. It wouldn't surprise me. But they had to run the steam engine into these big drifts of snow to push it out. And it didn't always work. I'll try to read one of the postcards. Somebody sent it to Herman, and it says, well, was it my turn to write? My time to write? I forgot whose time it was to write. How are you? Am just fine. I was to a dance at Farwell, something Saturday night, had a fine time, am going to a wedding next Monday. They're going to be something about home by Thanksgiving night,
Yes.
something.
Yes.
We spent half of the card, like trying to determine whose turn it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, one other thing, just to mention, this reminded me of it. In this little town where a lot of these relatives of ours grew up, one town called Alba, one of the most famous baseball pitchers ever was born there. And he was only a few years older than our grandpa, Grover Cleveland Alexander.
That was his name.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is the thing that cinched it for me. This is, I'm not sure who from. Yeah, a cousin. All right. Addressed to our grandpa Herman. Hello there. I surely am slow, but can't help it. So you are going to college and trying to get still wiser. You can't teach me anything. Ha ha. How are the girls there at school?
Oh my God.
Are they as jolly as they used to be? Hope you'll have some real pleasant times this winter.
Read between
Wow.
those lines.
Pleasant, jolly women.
Jolly.
The fellow on the right is our grandpa Miller's uncle, Fred, and he went to Utah and started a business. There'll be a few photos about him as well. So anyway, sometime after Herman was going to college there, he did get drafted, and he got sent down to New Mexico, a place called Camp Cody. And we'll come back to that. This is actually that Uncle Fred's place, the flour mill in Utah. Pretty desolate. Herman Miller and a cousin, friend and a cousin. This was in City Park in Cheyenne, Wyoming. One thing that's real evident is that Herman didn't stay around the Danaverke area. He did a lot of roaming to western Nebraska and Wyoming and Utah. Now, I'll see who can quickly spot the interesting thing here about the data about Herman.
I can't see it.
I'll make it bigger.
Short timer.
Yeah. He was only in for a month or two.
Mm-hmm. Like 20 days.
Yeah.
So you wonder, well, what that's about? Well, turns out that, there's a story about this one too. Turns out we had always heard that he had flat feet. And the more you think about it, that doesn't make any sense. Why would the Army wait until you'd been an Army person for 3 months before they noticed you had flat feet? So I never believed that. And so later we did find some information that said he actually injured his knee. And he had kind of leg problems all his life
Yeah,
too.
he did have a knee transplant, I think, earlier. I mean, one of the earlier.
This is a typical photo that they did back in 1917. And oftentimes there was a photograph that was merged onto this one that was maybe the person's sweetheart. And so sometimes that would get, overdone because, well, what if I don't have that sweetheart anymore? I don't want to have that on my Army photograph. Oh, ignore that. This is actually 1917. This is way before I had correct data. Injured his knee and released. He came home in December. This is probably in El Paso, which isn't all that far from where their camp was. The back of this photo says it's Herman Miller, but it's not.
He doesn't have that job.
This is, though. Men wanted recruiting station. It's him on the left. Looks like multiple people were getting injured, and none of the people were going to battle at this place. Oh, I have to read this to you. This will put you to sleep, but it's kind of fun. This is a postcard that he bought to send to his folks when he was in Camp Cody. And it's real desolate around there. The devil in hell, we're told, was chained, and 1,000 years he there remained. He neither complained nor did he groan, but determined to start a hell of his own, where he could torment the souls of men without being chained in the prison pen. So he asked the Lord if he had on hand anything left when he made this land. The Lord said, yes, I had plenty of on hand, but I left it down on the Rio Grande. The fact is, old boy, the stuff is so poor, I don't think you can use it in hell anymore. But the devil went down to look at the truck and said if he took it as a gift, he was stuck. For after examining it carefully and well, he concluded the place was too dry for a hell. So in order to get it off his hand, the Lord promised the devil to water the land. For he had some water, or rather some dregs, the regular cathartic and smelled like bad eggs. Hence the trade was closed, the deed was given, and the Lord went back to his home in heaven. The devil said to himself, I have all that is needed to make a good hell, and hence he succeeded. He began by putting thorns all over the trees and mixed up the sand with 1,000,000 of fleas. He scattered tarantulas along the roads, put thorns on cactus and horns on the toads. He lengthened the horns of the New Mexico steers and put an addition to the rabbit's ears. He put a little devil in a bronco steed and poisoned the feet of the centipede. The rattlesnake bites you, the scorpion stings, the mosquito delights you with its buzzing wings, the sandburrs prevail, as so do the ants, and those who sit down need half soles on their pants. The devil then said that throughout the land he'd arranged to keep up the devil's own brand, and all should be mavericks unless they bore marks or scratches or bites or thorns by the score. The heat in the summer is 110, too hot for the devil and too hot for men. The wild boar roams through the black chaparral. 'Tis a hell of a place that he has for a hell. So,
Sounds like Dr. Seuss to me.
Yes.
so that's probably what the Army troops that were stationed down there felt like.
Oh, yeah. Can't touch anything. Everything has stickers or thorns or.
Yeah. And shortly after that, he came home, and this is a picture out in front of his parents' house. This again, he's rather handsome.
Mhm.
Going hunting again. And you know, you wear a coat and tie and suit. Yeah, you dress up when you go hunting. These are Mom's aunts, or our great aunts, Herman's siblings. This is what Herman looked like probably around the time that he might have started meeting up with Freda. This is a train wreck that he got to go and see after it happened. And for a while, he actually worked in a place called Nebraska City, which is directly south of the Lincoln Omaha area. And he worked on these smokestacks on this packing plant. And you could tell that it amazed him to work on them, because if you see next to each stack, it says how big it was, how many feet high and how many feet wide. And he wrote that on the photographs. So the way they built them there, it shows right there how put it together. It's possible that he's in that photograph in the middle, but I'm not sure. But then he must have decided to be a cowboy. And I did discover that in 1920, he worked in Utah on a cattle ranch. Now, bear in mind that his first child was born in 1921. So we don't know when this was in 1920 that he was out in Utah. But he wasn't married at the time.
Yeah, I think I read he drove some cattle over to Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Slept out what, 3 or 4 nights, and then came back in one day in a wagon.
Yeah.
It was like a city slicker thing.
Yeah, maybe so.
So he was really out and about, Wyoming, Utah, Big Springs, Nebraska, which is right on the border of Colorado there. These are his sisters. That's Aunt Edna, our great Aunt Edna, but we remember her. Spent time in Chapel, Nebraska, evidently. These are most likely their wedding photos, 1921. Yeah, there's so Axel and Volborg and one of their daughters, who's Grandpa Herman's sister. Wedding day. At this point, Herman was already married.
What is it like? Fun photos.
Chris is kind of a funny guy.
Yeah, those great aunts and uncles were fun.
And
They
I go
were
smiling
always
and
laughing,
joking and
joking, yeah, teasing, joking. It was always fun the few times we were able to.
So that Edna, one of his sisters, married Chris Anderson. So Chris and Edna, as we knew them, and they lived up around Julesburg, because I remember one time we went up there and Dad went pheasant hunting, and I think I walked out in the field with them and stuff like that.
so getting your voice.
Deborah, did you remember any of that, like Aunt Edna or any of those?
Yeah, I really remember Aunt Jenny.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably saw her more than I did, even.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever. I don't remember.
I think you
her at
did.
all.
Yeah. Now, this is the first photograph of families merging, but the fellow on the left is Freda's brother. Freda's younger brother. And then this is Herman. So it's probably around 1920, 1921, because that's when the families kind of got merged together. That's the oldest sister. in the Miller side. It's Chris and Edna. So this is as they were older, Axel and Volborg. It's their 40th anniversary. And the amazing thing is that all the kids they had, and they were there for their 40th wedding anniversary. So this is Chris, minor, and actually we never saw him. This is the only photograph we have of him. He was killed in a accident with a weapon when he was about, well, probably within a year or two after this photo. And there's Herman and Chester, who was the one that took over the farm. So all the daughters. I don't ever remember Dora. You? So a couple of the family ended up fairly young, right after marriage, moving out of that whole Dannevirke area, and they went into the Julesburg and Big Springs part, and they didn't end up probably staying as close to the rest of the family as what I gather, because in later years, when there'd be family events, you know, quite often they would not be there. Oh, this is, I got to tell you this story. This is Mom's cousin, daughter of Hilda. And just last year, well, they communicated through Dad, through email. She was a big email user. And then after Dad passed away, there really wasn't a way for her to communicate because Mom and her never really wrote letters. And she lived in Grand Junction, and she, for a lot of years, and they really never ever saw each other either. Well, so after Dad passed away, I picked up the email communicating with her. And last year, when we and Becky went on our little Southern Utah National Parks trip, on the way back, we stopped in Grand Junction to meet her. And it was really fun because we met her at a restaurant, and, you know, it's just like you've known her all the time, because like she talked like you'd expect from a family person, and she looked like a family person, and
She was sharp as a tack.
yeah.
And then recently, she's moved to a dementia facility, we think, because
Yeah.
she's unable to communicate with us.
So that was in June, I think, wasn't it? When we visited with her, yeah, she was sharp as a tack. And now I can communicate with her son. And I talked to him on the phone, and it was like within 6 months after we saw her, she knew hardly anything. Couldn't even figure out how to use her computer anymore. Couldn't use email. Couldn't get her phone off and on. I mean, she just went downhill so fast.
She's in her 90s right now.
She's about 85, I think. These are always called the Woodsies. Not wood, but the Woodsies. This is kind of the last photograph I think we have of Axel and Volborg. Isn't she a sweetie?
You gotta see that one.
So right now, this is a group that's mom's cousins.
Was I being triggered?
Here's a picture of it.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
This is her,
You standing lower.
the little baby girl. This is her for her high school graduation, 1954. So as you can tell, we're getting near the end of this group. Yeah, so this is just some of the information at on the cemetery plots on the Danaverke cemetery. It's really a neat cemetery for sure. Oh, so this was Axel and Volborg, two of their kids died. Well, I think one in childbirth and the other like within a year.
All that says is the infant sons.
Well, one of them didn't have a name. I think one of them I have written down that he had a name, but
And you do see that in cemeteries sometimes when you go snooping around and see stones that say infant daughter of. Or,
okay, now we're on to how are we doing on time?
We have 25.
Okay, well, we'll at least get through the Christensen
You
side.
think?
Yeah, this is a fairly small one. So this is our Aunt Freda, or excuse me, our Grandma Freda Miller. And this is her parents, Carl and Karen. So that's where they show up on the tree there. So Carl was born in Denmark in 1866 and Karen Marie in 1863.
That's our house.
And in May of 1890, Carl came to the,
Roger.
what?
Mistake. It's our house.
Oh, Aarhus, yeah, that's an S.
Mistake.
Are you keeping track of my mistakes?
Yeah, I am not writing them down.
Well, we need to write them down. I need to fix
We're
this stuff.
recording this.
Okay.
Yeah, this is probably
This is being recorded.
more important than probably the one mistake on Volborg.
Yeah.
Does the slide have a number there?
No, didn't have a number. So anyway, Carl, one thing Carl did when he was in Denmark is he did shoe repair. I read about that. But in 1890, he wanted to come to America because there were just more opportunities here. And so he went into farming in a town called Weeping Water, Nebraska. And that's where you would always hear my mom talk about that her mom was born in Weeping Water. And actually in 2016, when we took mom back to that part of the country, we actually got to see the little towns where her parents came from, where they raised their family. Anyway, so he farmed. He didn't ever own anything. He was really a tenement farmer. And then he went back to Denmark in 1897 and he married Karen. And then they both came to the US along with his sister, Sophie, who had married a Hans Holm. There's quite a few photographs of them as well. So Hans and Sophie to us would have been our great aunts, because Carl was our great grandpa. So Sophie would be our great aunt.
5-4.
Yeah, so they had 6 children, only 3 survived. And they lived in that area until 1915, and then they moved further north up to Cushing, and then to Danaverke later. Carl was 5'4" and he was naturalized in 1921. And Robert, Freda, and Sophus all married local spouses. And then following Karen's death in 1931, that's where Carl, notice I spelled it with a K. That's a slip,
Uh-oh, there's another one.
Oh my God.
but I'll show you why.
What's this one?
No.
Carl, well, we always spelled it with a C. But anyway,
Oh.
Carl, then he moved to Ord, Nebraska, which is where Freda and Herman were living at the time. And then he spent the rest of his life until he was 94 living with Freda and Herman. So
So be careful.
be careful, all you guys. That's a lot of years.
God, seriously.
29 years we may live with
Keep
some
an
of you
extra
guys.
room.
Mom, we were talking about that though. We have too many stairs for yourself.
Oh, that's that.
Oh, they make those little things that go up the stairs.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Hiking up.
Those little-
Cain up.
So anyway, yeah, so this is the area on the map and it doesn't make sense to you, but here's Nebraska City, which interestingly enough, that's where Herman Miller actually had some of those jobs on some of those pictures. But that was after Freda and her, parents no longer lived in this area either. But they moved around because they were tenant farmers. So sometimes they were in Weeping Water, sometimes they were in Avoca, sometimes they were in a town called Otto, which at the time was called Berlin, but it got changed because of the war.
I thought it was oh.
So it's now called Otto rather than Berlin. But there's a lot of postcards that Carl Christensen got from people here. And just to give you a perspective, the distance here is, not far. From here to here is probably no more than, 10 miles. And it's interesting that when they lived here in Berlin, Carl would get postcards from Weeping Water because that's how people communicated back then. They didn't have phones and they didn't visit because that was a little too far to, just zip over and see a friend or a relative. So, but anyway, for whatever reason, I think because there were so many Danes up in that Dannevirke area, that was 140 miles away that they had to go to move the whole family in 1915. So that's when they came up here. And again, they were just tenant farming. So they farmed here in Cushing and Palmer and Coatesfield and Elba and into the Dannevirke area. So this whole little area around here is where they spent their days. Oh, and these little towns, there's nothing to them right now. This happens to be where the railroads were in 1914. So these towns are, it's like 200 people or whatever. They had railroads going through them. Oh, that was pretty cool. This is the only drawing that we have of Carl Christensen's father. And it has just been abused over the years. So with the help of Alice, who started drawing in, probably what the other little pieces would be, the best as you might assume, we were able to kind of put this together. So that's our grandpa Christensen, our great grandpa Christensen's dad. And this will be his mother. And they look like just good drawings to me. I don't think they're photographs. This is Karen Marie Christensen, who is one of these two, but that's her mother right here in the middle.
So that was from Denmark?
Yeah.
Wow.
This is Carl Christensen's mother, a different photo. Oh, there'll be two of these. They're flipped. And the reason I was doing that, I was trying to figure out back on this picture here, which one of these ladies was Karen Marie, our great grandmother. So I flopped it over to get the same view of the face, trying to figure it out. And I still haven't quite got it yet. So this is in the center. That's our great grandpa, Carl Christensen. And one of his siblings, Sophie Holm, she's the one who came to America. But this other lady, Stina Mogensen, which we think is maybe like a half sister or something. And there's a lot of Mogensens on tombstones around there and some of those places we were at. This is the marriage license for Carl and Karen Marie. And you notice that right here in the middle, Carl Christensen, at least in Denmark, they spelled it with K's instead of C's. They were married in that error. They weren't married in 1987.
Good. That was good.
I read it the right way.
Now, 1887. So my guess is this is probably around the time they were married. So there is the first family photograph. And we really remember our great grandpa Christensen because he lived with our grandma and grandpa Miller for all those years. And he had a big old bedroom in the second story of that house in Gothenburg, Nebraska. And there were different stories about, like in the middle of the night, you had to walk all the way downstairs to use the bathroom, right? Well, apparently in his later years, he didn't do that. He just went to the end of the hallway and opened the window.
Oh, well, and whenever you wanted to call it to dinner, what would you say?
Come out, a space. Real loud because he was hard of hearing.
What was for come to dinner?
Come and eat. Come and eat.
Say it again.
Come out, a space.
Come out, a space.
Come out. Like come out and eat. I guess.
And katapla, was that something? that-
Potatoes were katapla.
So just a little Danish.
Very little, that's all.
So right in the middle, that's our grandma Miller, Freda. Most of you remember her. They had humor back in 1909. Gathering corn in our country. So there's a lot of postcards that, we'd need somebody that could translate Danish because you wonder, what kind of things are they talking about? So again, here's our great grandma. Look at that bow on the hair.
Love it. Pearls.
This one I love.
Yeah, is that hair or a bow that she was?
Oh, it has to be a bow. That has to be a bow.
Another big bow.
Whoop. We'll go see here.
That's a bow. So it looks
Oh,
like
so one of those,
ponytail.
or a little,
Some kind of hair thing.
yeah,
I was kind of like,
I'm with you. Some kind of hair thing.
The flying nun is, all I think of. Now, this is a very strange photograph. And we don't know whether it was in the Weeping Water area before they moved up to the Dannevirke area. And on the back of this, it's written who all the people are. So Carl Christensen is there. That's our great grandpa. And our great grandma, who we didn't ever know, Karen Marie. And there's Sophus that we've met before. And this with the scratched out face is the only one left, and that has to be Freda.
She didn't like that picture of herself.
So trying to figure out what that was all about.
Yeah.
The booming railroad depot, Weeping Water, Nebraska. Avoca, the other little town there where they first started out. So August of 1914 was the postmark on this, which means it was just, within the last few months that they probably lived in that area before they moved north. These are probably the first actual photographs that weren't studio. So as near as I can guess, that's around 1915 when the family first started getting a hold of actual cameras where they could take their own photographs. And a lot of these are, big giant negatives. They're like 4x6-inch negatives, which give you a pretty good quality. So this is what the farming community looked like. And Freda may have taken these pictures, or her older brother, Bob. Yeah. And this is the size of it, but if you blow it up, you can tell that's our great grandpa Carl Christensen on the tenement farm, taking care of the hogs. And this is actually the house that they lived in, which I assume they didn't own, but and again, I'd love to go look in the areas to see if you could actually find if the house was still there. But unfortunately, it was right in that period of time when they moved. So I don't know whether it was the Weeping Water area or the Cushing Dannevirke area.
Someone in the window there?
Yeah, somebody was there.
I was thinking how creepy this. Oh, that's even creepier. Like, that
This
was
is a real person. It's not a ghost.
So here's Carl Christensen, Karen Marie out in front of their house. And this is Freda and her younger brother Sophus there on the horse. It's funny, when we were back in Nebraska to Carl Christensen's funeral, we were out in the countryside where Sophus had his place. And we have a photograph of our brother David on a horse with Sophus standing next to it.
Oh, you're kidding, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Karen Marie. That was our great uncle Sophus and his school teacher and cat and dog.
He was funny too.
Yeah. Yeah, compared to most photographs, that you look at in old family photos, some of these are really fun.
What's the cat?
I love it.
That's hilarious.
So
Oh, I just saw that.
this is the new 48 star flag
Oh my
that
God.
came out in 1913.
That's cool.
And so probably within a year or two or three, you know, people were getting these flags and it was probably a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Like the phone book. For the new flag.
And this is a strange one to me. There's Carl Christensen, and I haven't been able to figure out a single another person in that whole photograph.
Oh, that is interesting.
Schoolhouse, you've heard of the one-room schoolhouse. And there's Sophus going to school. Did Freda, what class did she go up through? Do you know?
I have no idea. I've not read.
We ought to ask Amy if she has any idea.
Yeah.
Do you remember ever hearing anything about that? Because that would help pin this down, because this is the school. Sophus is there, but Freda's not. So that would help me figure out what year it was, maybe.
Mhm. Yeah, get you close.
Oh, notice the lunch pails.
Yes, they're real pails.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you always wonder, what's a lunch pail? Yeah.
There it is.
Unknown folks have no idea. Oh, this is cool. Over here on the far right, that's our great uncle Sophus and his dog watching that rabbit. So he liked horses all his life.
Cool.
This is another one of those really neat ones. So this is Carl Christensen here. Again, our great grandpa, and then our uncle Sophus. So I'm thinking, did the same person take this as took that other one that was in a completely different,
Rage, the new,
yeah.
new style of photography.
or Sophus? The person on the left is our grandma Miller, Freda. Oh, going backwards, sorry. It looks like they're getting ready for a snowball fight. And if you zoom in, you can actually identify who these folks are, but it's Sophus and Carl Christensen's sister and husband and wife are all in there.
Stickers and with a dress on, climbing all.
Yeah, right.
Stickers and.
Yeah.
Weeds sticking to you.
You want to go hiking in a dress, right?
Yeah, right. Mhm.
Same thing here. It looks like that's a pretty steep slope that they're coming up.
Yeah,
And
and I'm sure they had slip bottom shoes with a little heel on them.
it was written on the photograph that was Freda in stripes, but you know.
Is she barefoot?
Oh, she might.
I don't know.
White colored shoes.
Oh, this is a postcard. So apparently Carl Christensen was up in Wisconsin visiting maybe something. Anyway, this is a postcard that Freda sent. Mom and Pa, did you get there all right? Everything is just fine and getting along okay. Fanny is going to stay till you come back. I am baking bread today. The boys are cutting and raking alfalfa. We had a few sprinkles last night, but nothing to amount to anything. Must close, so goodbye from your daughter, Freda.
Oh, that's cool.
And that's her older brother, Bob or Robert Christensen. These, I have no idea. They're probably important.
Where's that stripe?
Yep, there's the stripe again. So here's Freda. Oh, and this is older brother Bob playing around.
Photo bombing.
Photo bombing in the
Photo
early
bomb is
teens. Yeah.
Just for that, you have to have your picture taken.
Got hair.
So this is probably 2 years or so before she met Herman.
And is that hair or a hat?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, say Freda, Mary and Herman.
Huh?
It looks like hair.
Looks like hair.
Is that maybe a band across?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm,
yeah.
Band situation.
Band on there.
Freda married the handsome Herman.
Oh, and this is, yeah, I love this one because that's the camera that probably took a lot of these early photographs in the 1915, 16, 17 era.
Oh.
And Sophie and Hans, Sophie is Carl's sister, they moved up to Stillwater, Minnesota sometime around 1925. And we're not sure why. I haven't ever heard, you know, they were probably retired and maybe they had a daughter or son that moved up there or something. I think that's the St. Croix River in the background. And this is their house that they ended up living there. No idea who these folks are. Now there's Freda. So that's probably about what she looked like when Herman first saw her. The guys have to be tough, right?
They look like they're pouting.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only one with even a half smile is Karen Marie.
Yeah.
That's our great uncle Bob Christensen, great uncle Sophus. And Bob or Robert Christensen and Sophus Christensen, they married the Holt sisters.
The whole sister.
And then Richard, we remember him, you know. Carol Ann, Donald. No, I think that was Merlin, maybe. There, Milton. And there we are in the Danaburke Cemetery again.
And there's the cemetery.
And the reason they're duplicated is because each of these family groups is a batch of photos that are going to get sent off to, you know, different sides of the family. So you guys
Sorry,
have to boogie, right?
we do. But are you gonna continue and record, or are you having session 2?
Well, Jay, you're still recording, right?
Yep.
Better check and see if anybody's still on.
I saw Jay just flash up there. by
Yeah,
my-
you heard us, didn't you?
Hey,
Hello?
Jay, are you still there?
Yep.
Talking.
You're muted, Jay.
Oh, never.
No,
I'm
not.
sorry. Our sound bar underneath the TV goes off if there's no sound on it. You guys need to talk more often.
Okay, so are you still recording, Jason?
Yes, yes, we are.
Okay.
Well, do you want us to continue and you
I
guys
mean,
could always go
however,
later?
whatever everyone else, we're
What?
happy to continue on.
Well, and the
video, watch
people
the video.
Maybe a
on
bio
Zoom
break?
too,
Yeah,
whatever
the
you'd
people on
like.
Zoom might wanna, yeah, I don't know what they think.
How are you guys doing? You're all sleeping, right?
I'm
Oh,
still
we're
here.
here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Wow, you're tough.
So
You wanna? why don't you
Chris
put
and
it-
Lori have to leave because I screwed up plans.
unless you-
So however, whatever you guys do, we'll either watch it or come back or zoom in to the next version.
Do we get thumb
Some
drives?
series
for
too.
this?
Hey,
Can we
Jason,
get a thumb drive of this record?
Yeah,
how, since you're recording that, how will that work for future
Eventually,
viewing?
you'll get all the
So we-
photos,
I'll just put it on YouTube.
but they won't be necessarily in
You'll put it on
exactly this
YouTube?
order. Because
Yeah.
this is an application.
Oh, so you can't make a thumb drive.
Oh, you can keep
The
it.
Ken Burns special, yeah.
I mean,
So,
Roger Burns.
Roger
Cain.
Burns.
Yeah, Roger Burns Cain.
I can put all
so
the
then we can,
photos
we
on
can see
our
that,
thumb
we
drive.
can see it at any time on YouTube
But-
then.
What I
Yeah,
really
that
want
was the
to do is
idea.
put on something that's permanent.
So you'll just send us all links?
So there's these special
Yeah.
CDs that
Okay.
last 1,000 years. Because most of the other
Thank you for
things
doing
that
that.
we use, flash
You are
drives and all
welcome.
that, you can't count on them
it was skinny. It was skinny.
more than, 10 years.
Talks amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Are we breaking?
Yeah, the money.
We're
You
kidding. Okay, we just finished up with the oldest pieces of our generation that we have information about, in the Cain family, then the Anderson family, and the Christensen and the Millers. And now we're going to jump down to more recent time frames with Martin and Ava, and then we'll finish up with Niels Herman and with Freda. So this is the slideshow for Martin and Ava Anderson, Cain. Dad's parents. So you've seen this photo before, but it just kind of shows where all the little towns were and where they lived. Right here we have,
Wait, Dad, remember to share your screen. I don't think you are right now.
oh, sorry.
Go back. There you go.
Well, I need to,
You need to minimize that.
well, I don't know how to do that. I think I need to get back to this, probably. Where is that little,
Well, minimize that.
yeah,
There we go. Now you can share screen.
I didn't keep that then, did it?
There we go.
Go away, go away.
Well, and then you need to make it full screen.
Well, the first thing I need is for this thing to be gone, so I have access to the,
Oh. And it just goes away by itself.
well, it always did before. It's not
Well,
moving now.
Let's see. Jason, there's a zoom bar on the top. And it's, how do we make that go away? Because Dad has to access the top of that.
You might be able to just grab it and move it.
Oh, let's try that. There we go.
Oh,
Well, it wasn't even there before, so I don't
Well,
understand.
go ahead and move it all the way down to the bottom. Okay, now you can maximize your screen, your shared screen. There we go.
Yeah, see, I sure would like it if it wasn't there for the whole show.
Well, There are 3 dots to the right and it says more. What does it say? Nothing. Okay.
Hide the video panel. Well, hide the floating meeting controls. Thank you, Madison. Yay.
See, that's why she's in computer sciences.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you're in?
Yeah.
Wow, cool. It's probably painful to watch him struggle.
No crud. Well, for some reason now I can't get the show to forward online. Okay.
Now we're in business.
Okay, so this is Martin and Ava Cain's family. And this is their holy matrimony for Martin and Ava.
He was a good looking man too.
He was.
And some of these photos you will notice are the same maybe as you saw before, like this one, for example, because they showed up, you know, he's at the age where he was probably still at home. So he kind of shows up in his dad's group of photos. But I put him in here because this is kind of when he was going out on his own. Same with that one and these.
So this is your dad's dad.
Yeah, dad's dad. So this one I loved. This was about a week after Mort and Ava got married. And Ava wrote on this photograph, Mort insisted I wear his hat.
So she had a sense of humor,
Yeah, yeah.
which we didn't see.
And there's Ava with her firstborn, Bill. So Bill was like 2 years older than my dad.
We visited her in Nebraska, right?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I just remember not a lot. I had to have been
Yeah,
pretty young
Yeah.
when we did those trips on.
and that rug right there, yeah, she made
Yeah.
that.
I remember the wax fruit. On
Yeah, yeah.
The what?
She had a bowl of wax fruit on her like dining.
Oh,
Or,
the little decoration of wax fruit.
Well,
not a dime, actually, a China cabinet. I think, or something.
and one of the things that struck me as unusual too is that we only knew her as a real stern religious lady. Now look at how she's dressed here. That doesn't look like she's all that stern there, does it?
Yeah.
She looks just regular.
Yeah.
Is that Bill?
That's Bill, our Uncle Bill.
You guys were lucky that we didn't put you in dresses. Jason and Tim.
And
I got put in a dress, but that's a different story.
Chose to be put in a dress.
I put a dress on him.
Well, he wanted to be in the dress.
Oh,
It was your dress and he liked it.
it was my favorite dress, right?
Yeah.
The one you made.
Yeah.
And Tim wanted to be in it.
Necklace.
No, Jay.
Jason
Jay did?
Yeah, he wanted the necklace too. Yeah.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, we do have a picture of that. Now, do you anybody want to guess? Neve and I have talked about this. Why did the little boys always wear dresses?
Easier to
Easier
have
to
them go
change the
bathroom
diapers.
and-
Yep, you didn't have to worry about wet, long pants.
So the
Ver-
older they were when they were in a dress, what does that tell you?
Uh-huh.
It's when they were potty trained.
Well, you don't get potty trained, yeah.
So this is an unusual thing too, because Mort and Ava, they were living here like they were starting their family in Maxwell, Nebraska. And here they had their 2-year-old boy. And this is about a year and 4 months before a year and 2 months before Dale was born. And that's when they decided to move to Missouri. And this is their house in Missouri. So this is where Dale Cain was born. And I guess they actually bought it. They hadn't even seen it when they bought it.
And Dale said that it was covered with snow and there were these mounds in the field. And he asked the guy with this picture of the snow what those mounds in the field were. And he told him it was piles of manure so that he could spread it out when he wanted to plant. And after they got there, they found out there were rocks.
Oh, they lied.
They lied.
So they only lived there for 15 months, and for whatever reason, it didn't work out like they thought. So they moved all the way back to Maxwell.
Well, that was probably long enough to plant the fields and figure out it was.
Was
gonna be a-
rocks.
Yeah, yeah. And a little good story here. One time, Dale and Maxine drove back to Mountain View, Missouri. Dad was hoping that he'd be able to, somehow find this house.
Oh,
And, he didn't remember exactly where it was, but he kind of knew a rough area. But they were in the town there. It's not a big town, but they were just talking to some people in a restaurant that they were in. And Dad started saying why they were there. And the person that they were talking to knew exactly where it was because Dad kind of described what it looked like.
yeah,
And the trees and everything else.
yeah.
And so they were able to drive right out there, and the
Wow.
house wasn't there anymore. It had been torn down.
Mhm.
And Dad actually says he has a memory of being in that house.
Wow.
And yet he was only 15 months old when they moved away. I'm not sure I ever believed him, but
Well, I have a memory. I have a memory of the house, not the apartment that Mom and Dad had. I don't remember much about the kitchen. I know where it was, but I remember the front room, and the next room was the bedroom.
and how old would you have been?
I don't know when they moved to Knox Court, so some of those memories could have been.
Now speak
Later.
loudly enough that the Zoom people can see.
Yeah.
Some of those memories might be not as old as I originally thought, but that I do remember standing next to a coffee table. Mom and Dad were sitting on a couch. Dad was smoking a cigarette and, putting the ashes in the ashtray as he should. And I kept putting my hand in there. So I was old enough to stand up to that, stand there and be doing that.
And play in the ashes.
Playing in the ashes, have my hand swatted and put my hand back again.
So,
So that memory. has
probably
to go
1
back
and
to
1.5.
15,
Yeah.
Because he came home at 15, when I was 15 months.
Yeah.
And stubborn
So I
young
think-
man.
Yeah.
Well, so
Learner.
maybe I'm the oddball because I don't remember squat until I'm about 5 or 6 years old.
When did we live in those people's basement, Mom said?
Yeah, well, you were,
Before
probably,
Jay was born.
before Jay was born, so you would have been like a year and a half or something.
And I remember that house,
Yeah.
so.
Mhm.
I also remember a Christmas tree in that house. Or in that apartment.
We're in Knox, on Knox.
Not
Court.
Knox, it was on High Street.
Oh,
6. I just wrote that address down, 16 something. High
Yeah, we'll
Street.
have a lot of photos of High Street.
Okay,
So this is our Uncle Bill, just watching the hogs.
obviously potty trained.
Yeah.
He got potty trained while they were in Missouri.
Got his pants.
So this is
Maybe those dresses. for Dale.
another amazing thing that my grandma took this photograph and even wrote the exact day the photo was taken. She didn't need digital cameras.
Really.
Billy in Missouri. So that's the earliest photo I think we have of Dad there sitting in the chair. September 1920, he was born in April. Billy and Dale, 1920, when we lived in Vern's little house, the place where they now live in 1964, only they built a larger. Vern lived here until his death in 1964.
So that was her brother, right?
Yeah, her brother Vern. So she put a lot of interesting information that you wouldn't expect somebody would write on a photograph.
Yeah, more than just the place.
Yeah, yeah.
Time and date.
Hard to recognize that as Dale, isn't it?
Oh.
I remember that high chair. Or that.
Because they had that
Mhm.
in Maxwell, right?
Yeah.
I like that one of Ava also.
Yeah.
So they were both potty trained now, right?
Yeah. That's cute. Looks like little girls though.
Yeah. Yeah, with their hats pulled down like that.
And the coat, type of coats.
Oh, this is Joy then?
No, this is Frank, little
Frank.
baby Frank.
Oh, yes, Frank.
So this one, here's Dad down in the middle. That
Hide that thing.
kind of
That
looks like me.
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is interesting how at different years,
Mhm.
people look like somebody else, but then in another year, they look like a different person.
Yeah, that's the first time I've
Kind
really
of makes
thought-
me, I thought it looked like maybe Tim as that age too, kind of similar look with the super blonde hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of see that.
So if his ears were sticking out more, it would look more like Roger.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's all three of the boys. They had 5 kids, and the first 3 were boys. And that's with their grandma Harriet, or Hattie. They called her Grandma Hattie. So apparently they had goats as part of their survival jobs.
Oh, and there's Lynette.
Yes, we have Lynette now, the newest addition to the family.
See, doesn't that look like Mark? Go back to Mort.
Mort's face.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Oh, yeah. That's Mark.
it's you.
Really, yeah, just, I mean, the way the
Yeah.
eyebrows, the deeper set eyes. And the mouth.
Mort and Mark, close, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess that's the reason we named him Mark.
Yeah.
Mort,
Subconsciously.
yeah, Mort was sending a message and I misunderstood it and came out Mark.
And this was another fun thing, I was working all these photos because, you see a picture, okay, I think that's Mort and it's probably the 3 boys. But then, you keep looking closer so that you're able to finally figure out, which one is which and, make sure you're not misnaming them. And then lo and behold, you look close enough and Mort's milking the goat.
Not wasting any time here taking pictures, posing for pictures.
Yep.
Yeah, I read something recently, maybe it was probably Dad's story. That Mort wanted goats instead of cows because you could always get milk.
Oh.
Whereas you have a herd of cows and because goats reproduce more than once a year or whatever.
Oh,
And so you would have a constant,
Milk supply.
right,
huh.
where if you'd have to have a pretty big,
So probably the kids always drank goat milk growing up.
yeah, in his book, he said, I don't remember drinking any milk, but
Yeah, that it might be that it wasn't all that common
well,
to drink it. I mean, compared
I'm
with
sure that-
cooking with it, or
Making
No,
cheese.
maybe there wasn't enough to.
yeah.
be
No, this
drinking
is a
milk.
cool one. Bill and Dale made their mom a Valentine card with their school photographs in the middle of it.
Let's see. It looks like that.
Now that really looks like Bill.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And that looks like that. What's that other relative, that woman that I said reminds me of Bill? Can't remember who that was. Was that
Yeah.
a grandparent?
Yeah, I think it was.
Great grandparent?
Oh, there we go. I thought I had information on there. So Ava had a sister named Pearl, and they moved to Wyoming after they were married to raise their family. And one time, Martin and Ava and the kids drove over to Wyoming to visit them, which was probably not all that common to go that far to visit relatives. But there's Mort holding the youngest boy, Frank, and our Uncle Bill and Dale and our Aunt Lynette
Is that how?
and Ava.
Is Lynette spelled that way?
I think
thought it
so.
was an A.
Oh, you may be right. Because I did have a problem with that, and I had to go back and fix a lot of them once I did, because I think I probably started off. So we need to add this to the list that needs correcting.
I wrote it down.
Yeah, see, I got it. I fixed it there, but
Yeah.
yeah, there were quite a few photographs I had to go back and
That's an
fix.
interesting photograph, isn't it?
Yeah,
For the times when you had to pay so dearly to have film developed.
mm-hmm.
Oh, that's.
That's
Yeah.
good. I love this one.
Those stair steps.
The boys in their ties probably just came home from church or something.
Old cart. Gunpowder. Is that something powder? What kind of powder?
Probably baking powder.
Oh, baking powder.
Yeah, it's ING, so probably baking powder. Although I do have that one wooden box that we dug out of the garage attic. That's a dynamite box.
I think I got that one.
So I bet well, I have one too. Maybe there
really?
were two, so I'll bet you
So
that it
whoever
came
wants the
from.
Dynamite box,
Yeah.
put your name in the hat now.
Yeah. One thing is the kids didn't wear shoes very much in the summertime.
Imagine how goats' heads and the sandbirds and the. Jeez.
They probably had tough feet, although in this case, it looks like Dad has boots on or something.
That last picture of Grandpa looked like Dylan kind of face. Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, you're right.
Dylan.
Mhm.
Yep,
Cool
they
picture.
didn't look like me anymore.
No. And that's the house.
That's the house we used to go to, and they didn't have indoor toilets. They had an outhouse, so you had to run out there and use the Sears catalog to wipe with. They did have a chamber pot underneath the bed. This was the bedroom,
The master
the
bedroom.
master bedroom right there. And the house was not built here. It was actually on big timbers and towed to this location. But they did have water inside. They had a well and a pump that sat right over the kitchen sink. So Ava didn't have to go outside for water. So that they were living in luxury then. So this is when they had these little cabins, that Highway 30 that's right outside their door there. Once people started traveling, once they started getting vehicles, they figured that might be a way they could earn a little extra money. So they had a little tiny house, it wasn't a house, just kind of a one-room thing, if I recall. And it didn't have heat or anything, because I think it may have been the same building that Bill and Dale had to sleep in once the family got a little bigger, because Dad said it didn't have heat in it. So in the wintertime, they just froze sleeping out there at night. Now, here's Joy, our Aunt Joy, right here. This is Dad's writing. This is out of one of his photo album, well, his first photo album that he ever put together.
Which I find interesting as a man at that time. I don't know how
Yeah.
common was that.
Yeah, yeah, because you would have expected that there'd always be the women, but you know, this is before he was.
That was women's work. I didn't
Yeah.
know.
But he took a lot of photos before he was married too, so he probably got into the habit of doing something with them.
I like doing it
Yeah,
because he did develop his own film.
He did.
yeah, that's
On
true.
Lost Court, he had that a little dark room or some area that he set off to.
Yeah, and we don't know when he started doing that. He probably didn't in the earliest days, but he did pick that up later. My brother and I. Yeah, Frank looked exactly like that. And Dad looked, you know, this is one of the first photographs that you know exactly who they are.
And Frank has an attitude.
Yeah, uh-huh. This is a really special one. And it had written on there, Grandma Ava said, "For once, I didn't snap a picture." Signed Ava. So I don't know who took it, but they got somebody to.
It's interesting. Dad's
He's
a
outside
little
the family
separated.
realm, isn't he?
Yeah, I wonder, you know. So,
So Dale was on the football team. I think it was a requirement at the school.
If you were male, you had.
Yeah.
yeah, get enough players.
Yeah.
And the guy right next to him, John Stanfield, you know, they stayed friends for a lot of years, and then they both ended up living out in Denver and started raising the families. And I even remember going to their house. The old Maxwell School.
With the fire escape slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to go up that, didn't we?
That's what we would get to go walk over there every now and then.
Yeah, this
Up through there and then slide
fire
down.
escape here where the big tube is. You could crawl up that tube and then you could stand up on a little balcony or something. And I do remember doing that one time so we could get a better view of the railroad trains going by, which is
No, I
just
don't remember
kind of
that.
across
I
the
just remember
street.
going up and sliding back down.
So going to see the trains was just like a you thing then.
Well, maybe. Well, it took me a whole lifetime, but I finally got Neva into it.
No, I've always liked trains, but not. Yeah. We'd run out together when we heard the train coming through town.
Yeah,
Count the cars and wave.
it's the small class. Yeah. Okay, now what are you going to do? Now you got out of high school. Are there really going to be any jobs in Maxwell for you? And Dad wrote this underneath this photograph. Why don't you ever dress up, farmer? Yes, that's a gun. Are Lynette and Joy aunts? Looks like Grandma's starting to get a little more stern here, isn't she?
Yeah. Life's rough.
After her oldest were getting out of high school. Although she does have a tiny little bit of a smile there. All of them are trying really hard.
Yeah. She's got deep set eyes too, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Joy looks so innocent.
Draft registration
For Bill.
for Bill.
William Henry. See, there's Henry in there.
Yeah,
It's
another
just-
one.
that's-
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. 5'11" and a half, 170 pounds. Oh.
No.
Other obvious physical characteristics that will add in identification. What's that? Bear on right side of, or probably scar on right side of chest, and a scar on left chin about 1.5 inches long.
Fighting?
I don't know. You just wonder, well, how did you get all these scars, Uncle Bill? You'd expect that of Frank, but.
Right. Now that kind of reminds me of Dylan for some reason.
Of who?
Dylan.
Oh, this one?
Mhm.
And old Frank got his draft. Oh,
Did he
let's see
have
if he had any.
None to my
No, he didn't
knowledge.
have any.
Maybe Frank gave Bill
Yeah.
the.
Yeah, so here, Grandma and Grandpa, they had 3 boys and 2 girls, and all 3 of the boys were right at the perfect age at World War II.
Wow. So Frank was Navy, wasn't he?
Yeah, Frank in the middle was Navy,
And then
and the other 2 were Army.
where did Bill end up going?
I don't know. I do not know.
And he's got different uniform.
Is he a lieutenant then?
No.
Or he's an officer, right?
No.
No,
it's
not at
just
this
his
point.
Dress, just his dress uniform.
Those. J-O-D. H-U-R, what are those? Why does he have those different things?
I don't know why he has different clothes.
Well, and see, Bill probably went in first. So, you know, isn't two stripes like is that a corporal or something? And this is our Aunt Mickey.
I remember her actually. Bill and Nikki, Wyoming?
Yeah.
We went to visit them?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
Fun.
I do remember.
See how skinny he was?
You're really skinny.
Oh, who's that?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Oh, now this is an interesting one. There were a couple of photos that Grandma had of Frank and Frank's girlfriend. And this is not who he ended up marrying or anything. But on the back of it, this is what she wrote. This is what she wrote about Frank's girlfriend. I didn't think she could be so cruel. She seemed so sweet. Frank with a girlfriend. On the back of this one, this was taken when he was happy. Why, oh, why did she do it? She wrecked his life. I like the picture, so want to keep it, even though it brings heartaches.
Yeah, see, in reading those things about a grandmother that you just remember as being kind of stern and, you know, just cooking and stuff like that is just really eye-opening.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've asked Grandma some things before, and she just went, "Oh, I know some things."
Yeah.
Wait, tell me.
You what? When you went to?
Your mom.
Oh.
Yeah.
And it's like, why? No.
Just explain it. Can you just fix this?
Yes. Well, I know, but I'm not going to tell everybody.
This is the fourth child graduating from high school. I think, you know, they were all pretty fun aunts and uncles. You know, Frank wasn't necessarily funny, but he was not nasty to us or anything.
Didn't ignore you. No.
Yeah. Well, let me put it on the basis.
Did he used to say that?
Well, yeah, Frank, when we lived in Minnesota, this was after Frank was divorced and all that from his first wife, but they came to visit. Well, Frank lived with us in Minnesota for how long?
Too long.
Several months. Several months, because he had a job up there.
And we were, you know, we hadn't been married that long. And yeah, so.
Yeah, here we are in
I
an
had to do
apartment
his
building with
laundry and cook his
with
meals.
little baby Becky, and all of a
Trying to make
sudden,
ends meet.
Yeah.
yeah, and all of a
Well,
sudden an uncle's
yeah.
living with you.
Yeah.
And to pay us back, he bought us a stereo, which was nice. I mean, cash would have been good too.
Paying for some of the food that you cooked. Yeah, that's a nice.
That's a
nice looking,
good one,
yeah.
Frank, isn't it?
Movie star look. She looks so sweet.
This is our Aunt Joy. She's the one that lived in an assisted living up until, you know, a year or two ago. Anyway, while she was there, she actually tested positive for COVID, but she never had any symptoms, and she was over 90. So that was good. And we went back to her service
When she died.
when she died. What was that, in January, February, something like that? Or was that late last fall?
I remember meeting her at my grandpa's house.
Yeah. Frank and Merle, and their kids Marilyn and Troy. Yeah, that was a unusual family. We visited them now and then. They lived in a lot of different towns, including Laramie, Wyoming. And Troy was similar age to me. Marilyn was a little older. And Marilyn ended up, after she got married, well, I think she kind of ran away from home and got married, and nobody ever really saw much of her anymore. And Troy stayed close to the family and continued to visit mom and dad over the years quite often. And I think he had like 5 kids of his own, and he delivered them all.
Wow.
And our Uncle Gene, he was working on the farm and lost his thumb in a
Oh, he
lost several fingers.
lost all of these
Uh,
up to the knuckle.
so he was really hard to do farm work again, but that's when he went into trucking, and that's what he basically did with most of his adult life, was he drove a long haul truck. So he wasn't home all that often for the 3 boys that they raised. That's Frank's girl,
Mhm.
Frank's boy.
Oh, looks like you.
Now, this is interesting to me. So Roger, how old is Ava there? I shouldn't have asked that question.
I know where you're going with it though.
Yeah, I think she's only about 65.
She looks almost as old
She
as
looks
me,
a
since
lot
they
older.
were like,
She
how
looks
many years?
older to me than when we went to visit her in Nebraska in that picture.
Yeah.
That is weird.
And wasn't it like 20 years difference?
It was close to that, I think, 17 or, it was a lot of years difference in their ages. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they,
look like peers.
yeah,
Like
they
they're
do.
the same-
yeah. And Becky's exactly right. This was 1957. She looked like that.
Yeah, I remember what she looked like in the early 80s.
Early 70s, probably,
Was it
for
early
sure. Yeah.
70s we went?
Yeah.
I just remember going to Nebraska, and then we all would visit also great grandma Timmons, and she used to put out quite her spread for the meal that we'd eat. She brought out the whole everything but the kitchen sink.
I think both of these cousins have passed away now. And this is the cousins of Lynette's, Dad's sister Lynette.
The kids of Lynette.
Yeah,
Kids.
kids, yes. These are our cousins. And we probably only got to see them maybe twice in our whole lives, probably.
Yeah, we went to see, we saw them in Chicago,
When they lived in
out of,
Indiana or
yeah, what is it?
Illinois, somewhere, Gary, Indiana, or something like that.
But then a couple times in the summer they were there and we were there.
Yeah. Yeah. But the one that we kind of reconnected with is this lady, Rita. And we got reintroduced to her when we went to one of the Cain reunions on the Roger Cain farm in 2016.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Where's Rita? Oh, Rita isn't there
She's not
yet.
born yet,
Yeah,
I
she was even younger than that.
Wow.
She was probably not born until 62 or 3 or something like that. So Dad's older brother, Bill, had a boy called Bill Jr., and everybody called him Butch.
Kind of looks like a butch.
He does.
Someone with a new language. Yeah.
There's the Cain, right?
The Tuckers, that's Lynette's. And this is Joy's youngest boy, Kelvin.
He still has that look, the,
Yeah,
when he's more absent minded.
Troy. Judy Tucker. And they, Lynette and her husband got divorced too, so I think she had to do a lot of raising of these 5 kids.
Now we're kind of switching
Yeah.
between
Families.
families.
This is Joy's boy.
Yeah.
Yep, Joy's oldest boy. 80th birthday, 1974.
Yeah, other than the white hair, she doesn't look that much different than that.
Mhm.
One in, what was that?
So she was born in 94, evidently, and that was 1957 in that photograph. So she was only 63 or so in that photograph with Mort.
Yeah.
She looked older than that, didn't she? Frank, Joy, and then Ava's 80th birthday party, and then Dad.
Wonder who made the cake.
In 74, I think we know. Uncle Gene and Aunt Joy. Yeah, this is the Rita that we kind of got reconnected with here. Rita, right here. Rita is the cousin that lost her husband within the last year when he got COVID.
And she was in the hospital really sick, but she did not
You know,
die.
she made it, but her husband didn't.
Yeah, at the same time.
Yes. Well, I think so.
You remember, Roger?
Yeah, well, it was right at the same time that we were getting that information from Kelvin.
So these are the hand-delivered
The
children?
hand-delivered, 4 of the hand-delivered children that our cousin Troy did. Now 5 kids. And then he ended up getting divorced too. This is our Aunt Mickey.
What picture? Let me see that.
Yeah, I think these are just from a family reunion. I haven't really done much with them yet. That's our Uncle Bill. Lynette. Nice hairdos our
Yeah,
folks had, huh? There's the shuts.
As in, shut up.
Yeah, as in, yo, Cain, shut up. So as you can see, we zipped through the gravestones, and now we are in Freda and Herman Miller's group. You've seen the maps before, marriage certificates. Herman, this is a neat set of photos because it includes part of Herman's siblings, part of Freda's siblings, and then just some friends. And they all went out in the country, and some of them more ties, especially Herman, second from the left. And then Freda is right here. See, I think yeah, there we go. So I think this is when they were intermingling. I don't know exactly the year. It's probably around 1920 though. but they must have had fun. I especially like this one. It took me a long time before I had to keep going back and forth between all these photos because I was trying to understand, well, who is this? Because I believe Herman took this photo because he's not in it, but I couldn't figure out who that was. And by process of elimination and the clothes they had on, I finally figured out that's Bob Christensen. So he had a sense of humor too. Edna was one of Herman's siblings. So the families are intermingling, and there comes our Aunt Fern in 1921, the day before Freda and Herman were married.
No wedding pictures.
No wedding pictures.
Mhm.
So this is Fern on Carl and Karen Marie Christensen's porch. So I think probably,
How do you like that farmer's tan too?
yeah, right. There's Freda holding her little baby Fern.
He was a big baby. The pictures I've seen. He's big.
Oh, what did I do? Whoa, what happened here? I lost my application. Hang on. Oh, but now I need to get rid of this thing.
Right.
Madison taught us how to do that. Hide the floating meeting controls. Or just press escape. You probably knew that, didn't you? Well, see, this was the problem. It froze up there and it didn't want to go beyond. And I did that one other time. But once we got it going here in the small version, then it seemed to work okay. Oh, there we go. Another nice hat for Lily.
Yeah.
I like the baby bonnet.
Yeah, the baby bonnet's pretty cool too, isn't it?
This looks like it has ears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of Fern's uncles, Woodsy and Jenny. This is the first baby in either family, so of course, you know, you've got all these aunts and uncles, and all of a sudden there's a baby.
Tons of
Yes.
ants in it. Yeah.
I say probably Fern because, you know, it was in Herman's big 4x6 negatives. And it almost had to be Fern.
Yeah, especially if she was the
Yeah.
first
And
child.
there were actually two photographs too.
Oh.
You wouldn't just take two photographs of a friend's kid.
No.
So this is standing on kind of the main road, gravel road that goes to Danaverke. And this is Karen and Carl Marie's Christensen's house down that lane of trees. So there's photographs of people in front of the house, but this is what it looked like from off of a distance. I really like this photo.
Yeah, that's neat. When we were there in 2016, the house was gone, but were those trees still there?
Well, I remember Mom saying it was down a lane
Yeah.
here. There may not have been anything left.
And maybe in my head, I'm building trees.
Yeah, I don't even think there were trees probably, but I'm sure we took photos. We can go back and look. So this is that house that's down at the end of that lane. Nice porch.
Not the lane, but the road.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cool cars.
I have no idea what this event was, but it sure brought in the crowd. And most of them are not relatives that I know of. Probably a lot of them, most of them might be, but
To see Fern, maybe?
yeah. Little Fern.
Well, button up shoes.
Mhm.
So this must have been like the first house that Herman and Freda had for, you know, themselves instead of living with their parents. So Fern was, you know, year and a half or something.
Freda.
Oh, I think I've corrected this. I think I discovered that's not who those people are. What, you want to make a note? Yeah, I need to, because I think that's Fern, as I finally figured out. I think I saw another photograph of it that actually had that written on the back.
What's that single dress?
Don't know who they are here. Whether they're some of our great aunts, but you know, I just couldn't tell for sure. Yeah.
Might have been cold out. And Hazel holding up.
Holding
Just,
little Fern.
well, they're both holding it like they're crying or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Hazel is the aunt for her niece Fern there.
So Hazel is Freda's sister.
Hazel is is Herman's sister.
Herman's sister.
Yeah. She may have been the youngest or almost the
Oh,
youngest.
I hope so. Good grief.
Yeah. There's another hat. Cute.
Mhm. Look at those socks. Stripes.
Yeah.
I really like that name for.
Is that a cat in the background, a little cat?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, sure is.
Yep.
At first I thought it was a drawing or something. I'm like, no, that's real. That's 3D.
And of note, you know, virtually all the clothes that all the kids wore, you know, none of those came out of a store. The wives had to end up making all the clothes for their kids for a long time.
Good thing you guys didn't have to have that because I can't sew. I don't know what you would have worn. I would have to buy gunny sets and cut holes for arms and heads.
Then you could decorate them with whatever you chose.
Sure. Let's bling that up.
Yeah.
We'll get a bedazzler.
Yeah.
So this house is actually still there. And in 2016, we actually got to go back to it with Mom, and, you know, it doesn't look quite the same, but you could tell it's the exact same house. And she talked about the changes that had been done from today to here. And if you look at photographs, you can kind of see the difference. And we got to talk to
Is that which one was that?
we talked to the lady that lived there.
Did we go to 2 houses?
Yes,
Mhm.
we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second one was the haunted one.
Yeah. Yeah. This was not the haunted house. It's like Fern with a dog, huh?
Oh, sure enough. That buckboard.
It's the refrigerator. It's making nice. Speaking of ghosts.
I don't know. Fern looks lonely. I think she probably fairly soon here needs to have a sister. Whoa.
There she is.
Your grandma.
Yeah. Her
Her
great
grandma.
My grandma.
So she was about what, 6 months old there, so. Dora is another one of Herman's sisters.
Okay.
And as usual, they don't take as many photographs of the second child.
Oh,
Madison.
oh.
It doesn't look like Freda, does it?
This?
Yeah. I mean,
No.
I drew, but it just,
Yeah, this one does
It's
not.
different.
Yeah.
She looks thin.
yes, she does.
But her face really did change a lot. You know, every few years it seems like she almost looked like a different person.
Yeah, and this one, it's, yeah.
Yeah, this has just almost everybody here. So there's Volborg, our great grandmother on one side, and there's Karen Marie, our great grandmother on the other side. And then Freda holding Maxine. Then Clara, and the last two on the right, I don't know. And then down in front is Bob Christensen and Herman Miller. And then somebody I don't know. And then Carl Christensen is holding somebody, I can't tell who. And then Fern is standing in the very front. So the families did talk to each other, you know,
Yeah.
in spite of it all. Karen Marie in the middle. And then Fern is in the car.
Oh.
Maxine first starting to stand up. The home east of Danaverke on the east side of the river. It's the North Loop River, I figured out. Mom doesn't look real happy.
Fern probably pinched her.
So you see, to do your photography, you couldn't do it inside. You know, you don't ever see photographs inside unless they were in the studio. But all of the cameras that people could buy for snapshots, of course, they didn't have things like flash bulbs and all that. So if you want to take a picture of your kids and it's the middle of the winter and there's snow on the ground, you have to put a bunch of blankets out there and have them go out and sit on the blankets in the snow.
Maybe she was cold.
Yeah. Looks cold to me.
Yeah. All that snow around and I don't know what Fern's doing there.
Yeah.
Pulling your mom in. Just telling her how.
Maybe she's going there, kid.
Oh, maybe.
Or she's trying to warm up her fingers because her fingers. are
Yeah, she's
cold.
cold too. Yeah. Yeah, Mom's face really changed quickly, didn't it?
Mhm. Yeah.
She looks like a little Danish elf.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like this one. Yeah.
This thought.
This bump on the dirt mound. She does look like a little.
Does that look like your great grandma, Madison?
There are features there. It does.
Yeah.
But you have to look for 'em.
So these are cousins of Mom's. And some of them she, stayed in touch with her whole life.
Oh, he's in there too.
Yeah. So another one, Fern, Freda, Maxine, Hazel. That's one of the youngest Herman sisters. And then Karen Marie Christensen. And this is Herman's cousin. I don't know what portion of the family that is, though.
And so Mrs. Leth was.
Yeah, that I'm not sure.
Was he Leth?
So who's in the door?
Oh.
Yeah, and somebody behind the screen door too.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, Mrs. Ole Leth. So that could
That'd
be
be OC.
CO.
Could be
Let's-
OC or OCO was the younger one, right?
Well, it'd be Volborg's mother, perhaps.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
We'd have to look on the records and see how long she lived, because this was like 1925 or so.
They have it.
That'd be neat if it was, because we
It'd be 1, 2,
we don't really have any
generations.
photograph of her. This is the same photo, just blown up.
Mhm.
Grandma Miller had a lot of hair changes over the years, didn't she?
Like someone else. Even.
Yeah.
Is that a cap Karen Marie has on? Like a dust cap kind of thing? It's not her hair, is it?
No, I'm sure.
No, it's a
some kind of a-
Some kind of a little, what'd you call it, a desk cap?
Didn't they have things called dust caps that the ladies would put on their head when they clean
work.
house?
Oh,
Oh, maybe.
Keep the dust out of your hair?
Yeah,
And then
maybe.
you have to go wash your hair. That's fun.
Cute little shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they did have to buy shoes. I don't know about the socks. I'm sure Freda made the dresses.
Well, you can knit socks, so maybe they did it with some sort of.
Yeah.
The dresses on life.
Yes.
I have no idea who Myrtle is. And another lady there, I don't know who is either. What do you call that hairdo?
Bob?
I always think of Prince Valiant or something,
Yeah.
but
It's down, yes.
Yeah, with bangs cut.
yeah.
across.
So here's Herman standing with all of Freda's family, Carl and Karen Marie, and then the Sophie and Hans home. And now Freda gets to be in the picture. So this is really two wonderful photographs because you knew one of them had to take the picture and then the other one got in it. And,
Yeah. Now one with you.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Freda's uncle. Yeah, it's on some of the back of the photos is where I became 100% positive that Sophie was actually Carl's sister. Yeah.
That's a funny.
Yeah. Really a crisp, sharp photograph.
Yeah. That was from the camera.
Yeah. The baby puppies nursing.
Dang, those dolls are big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, they're both on. Is that a doll or a kid? That's Amy.
Amy, she was really pudgy. Amy was really pudgy, wasn't she?
Third child comes along.
So there were a few years between them, weren't there?
Yeah, 5 years between Mom and Amy. So Mom's about 5 there. Vern's about 7.
I think that's one too.
I really like this photo too. Yeah.
I'm looking. What's Mom looking at?
Yeah, you wonder. This is another one that was just so sharp, it was hard to imagine. You look at this and if you just looked at the head, would you think, oh, that must be a Karen? Over by the river.
It's so much like Deborah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just untrue.
Another wonderful little bonnet for Amy, huh?
Looks like a peacock tail.
Yeah.
Or turkey tail. Spread out. I know. It's scary. Oh, yeah.
Heidi always did like to take care of babies.
The baby's big as she was.
Yeah, yeah. So Richard was nearly the same age as Amy. Richard was the son of either Bob or Sophus, I can't remember which. Mom's coming into her sullen period.
But wait, wasn't there a picture way back when of Fern doing that?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Mom,
Mom must have gone through this period where she really was shy about cameras too.
Yeah.
You'll see several examples of that.
Yeah, she didn't look happy about being photographed. That's cute.
Yeah, I love this
Nails.
picture.
It's like Jack and Jill went up the hill.
You think this would meet inspection nowadays?
Oh, not even for a chicken coop.
Yeah.
Oh, look, a swing, tree swing, right? Is that a tree swing? That Fern's sitting on?
Oh, yeah,
That looks
yeah.
like a
Uh-huh.
car swing,
There's Donald.
He's a big boy.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Oh, and Bob Wood's here too. All of a sudden, lots of cousins coming along. Now, this is the photograph that I really will probably never be sure of, but it was
Yeah,
labeled that, well, this is clearly Karen Marie, and this looks pretty much like Sophie Holm to me. And they're right outside the Danaverke Cemetery. And it was labeled that this was, well, I'm thinking it's maybe holding Amy. The photograph was labeled that it was holding Carol Ann, which would have been her daughter, but Karen Marie passed away before Carol Ann was born.
So let's leave that out.
So that can't be. And then I tried look to see, well, when did one of their girls pass away? It was about 1930. And this would have had to been Amy. So that kind of adds up. But it's sort of like, well, first of all, this had to be an event. You don't just have a bunch of people wander out to look at the cemetery, and you don't have a camera and photograph at the same time. So
Somebody died.
my belief is it's Clara. It looks like it's Clara, but the only girl that could have been that size in 1930 was Amy.
Fur collars.
First catalog coats.
Oh.
So even all
Was
the
that
coats.
written on there? Was that on the back of that?
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah. So even all the coats that they wore.
Have been removed. Probably the Sears catalog, huh?
Probably, yeah. Ash Hollow, who knows where that is, but that's Freda on the right. Probably for a picnic or something.
Oh, look how tan Fern is.
Oh, and Betty
Oh,
has just been born.
oh, goodness.
So we now have baby Betty, our Aunt Betty right here. And this is the time where they moved to Ord. So they kind of left the Danaverke area and went north about, I don't know, 20, 30 miles or something to Ord. Probably because Grandpa had something up there that he thought he could earn money or something.
Did they try and farm north of Ord though for a little bit?
I think so.
That's what I was thinking too. I think it just.
Went to a school.
Yeah, after all of his
One room schoolhouse.
yeah, right. After all the years of Herman trying, you know, construction and building big towers and ranching cattle in Utah, and then he came back to try farming again. It's always amazing to me how many of the photographs have dogs and cats in them.
Yeah. And we were never allowed to have one.
What's
that?
It's amazing how clear the picture of the dog
You
is
sent
compared
a
to the
link
kids.
for Ash Hollow State Park.
Oh,
It was on the Oregon Trail.
Oh, how about that?
in Nebraska?
Yeah.
Oh, how about that?
It was,
Thanks, Tim.
No problem.
near Llewellyn. Didn't we see Llewellyn on that map?
Yeah, they went hunting at Llewellyn.
It was a major stopover on the Oregon and the California trails. And
Wow.
prompted prehistoric Indians to use it too.
And that's quite a bit west of the Danaverke area.
Ruts etched by westbound wagons are still visible on the bluffs. Well, they have an interpretive and visitor center.
These we've seen before in the previous group that was called Axel and Volborg. That's
Yeah.
why I didn't
That's why-
spell it
yeah,
wrong
wrong.
twice.
Yeah.
So we can zip through
Got
these.
some hefty women in your family.
Yeah, but look at all their daughters.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, probably as I got older, some of them might
But
have.
look how many kids came out of those bodies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dang.
yeah. This is kind of the first one that you can start to see Betty, right?
Mhm.
She's starting to show the
Betty
the
look.
Betty look. Yeah.
Rudy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember Betty at all.
No, you wouldn't. She died in, I think, 1973 or 4.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I remember all the Clark kids, but you know.
Yeah, see, this is where Mom was starting to get into her, not really wanting to look at cameras and kind of, shy and.
Her face looks older than she is. Almost.
Now she's 12 here. But yeah, it was a windy day. Everybody's hair was just going everywhere, wasn't it?
Yeah. And Aldine.
Now we have Eldine.
Notice the girl theme here?
Yeah.
All Millers could do is make girls.
Oh, poor things.
You notice who's looking away from the camera.
I don't know what's straight at her. Of course, maybe the sun had something to do with that too. See how she's. Right, maybe. It's Fern's squinting and Mom's
Yeah.
entering
Yeah,
the
they are.
way. Freda, that just doesn't look like.
Yeah, yeah. All right, what's her excuse this time?
Yeah, it can't be the sun. Or there. Hanging her head in shame.
Yeah. Finally looked up just a little.
Thinking it was over.
Yeah, probably.
Well, see, now I can see the Clark kids in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Big bow. Oh, she's pointing it at me. She graduated in 38, right?
Dad did.
Dad did.
Mom graduated in 41.
Okay. See how bad I am?
So she'd be, you know, what, 9th, 10th grade or 9th grade or something like that.
And this is in Ord, right?
Yes.
We
Yeah,
drove by that. We drove by that house.
yes. They lived in Ord.
Oh, it's Ord.
They actually moved from Ord to Gothenburg in 1938. But within a year after this photo was taken. But because it was going to be Fern's, our Aunt Fern's senior year in high school, she didn't want to leave Ord. And so Fern and Mom stayed in Ord with one of their neighbors down the street for a whole year so that Fern could graduate from high school in Ord.
Oh.
Who's Donnie Howard?
He must have just been a good friend somehow. He's in quite a few pictures. Betty's 5th birthday party. That's her right here.
It's got a new tricycle, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
They always seem to have tricycles that are way too big for them, you know?
And then what was it, the big wheel was born.
Yeah. Hiding behind Aldine.
And Fern's not happy being there, is she? But the 3 youngest, they're having fun with their little tea party.
Yeah.
There are a lot of squinters, though. I mean, you know.
Yeah. Now, Mom actually has a smile there.
Yeah. That's right. Really? Yeah. Oh. Pretty.
Betty's 6th birthday party. So there's Betty and Aldine and a bunch of friends. And Amy joined in on this one.
That's quite a party.
Yeah.
Quite a group of kiddos. Well, that's a smaller.
Yeah. That's Aldine's trike. She gets the little one, I guess.
Betty's got skates on.
Yeah, roller skating and biking. This is our Aunt Fern all dressed up. This is it said it was 1938 somewhere on the back of this. So I think that means that she would have been a junior. So maybe this is like a junior senior prom or something like that. '75th anniversary for Axel.
Wow.
And apparently Volborg.
And Volborg was there to celebrate it with him.
Birthday. That's the 75th birthday.
Yeah,
Oh,
in
You said
1938.
anniversary.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, birthdays.
Dang, I didn't-
Axel's.
The 75th.
That's a lot, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, there
So
we
he's
go.
your age, sweetie.
Right. I'm the same age right now as when this photograph.
Well, and he
Was
looks
taken
like he
aback,
weighs
so.
about as much as you do.
Yeah, yeah. Runs in the family, I guess.
I guess so.
See, this is a letter to Herman from his parents. I think I had a hard time reading it because
It's kind of
there's
dialect
a
almost,
few
isn't it?
words in there that are Danish.
It's kind of like pidgin English.
Yeah. Or high school class of 39.
Commercial.
And actually, this came out of Mom bought a yearbook
Yeah.
because she was just a sophomore at that time. That's her right there. And she was in the Glee Club.
Mom was?
Yeah.
Those curls. No Shirley Temple.
Yeah, really. Grandma must spend a lot of time on girls' hair.
yeah,
Kidding.
times 5.
Yeah, and to do all those finger curls and make all those dresses and cook all that food,
Yeah.
grow all those veggies. Dang.
I like this. I didn't label it, but I'm pretty sure that's Amy over there. And look at the shoes and the socks. Isn't that cool?
Looks like she's ready for the house to come down on her.
Yeah. There she is.
Witch's feet.
Now, Mom made this dress in her home ec class at school.
Oh, I'll be there. Wow. Is that written on the back too?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Nice photo. Oh, the poser.
Yeah.
It looks just like Arminta.
Mm-hmm.
It must be like the first day of school.
I don't know, but it's May of 1940.
Oh,
The last day.
Last day of school, maybe.
Celebrating.
And this is in Gothenburg now. So
Enough fabric to make two dresses out of.
yeah, right.
At least two. And I would think
So the whole family's all back together now in Gothenburg. You wonder what this was.
yeah.
Top hats.
They're also beautiful. Oh, wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, and Fern and Mom had the same dress on
Frequently.
several times, I've noticed too. Yeah.
You made us matching dresses like in snow. What were they? I don't remember. It was like a summer dress, maybe.
Oh, Roger, the sound bar is off. Thank you.
If you guys have been talking, we haven't been hearing you for quite some time. I don't know what our sound bar does go off if there's no sound coming through it. So you need to snore a little bit louder.
Hardy har har.
I like that one.
They're all really beautiful.
Why did you grab it?
I was trying to.
On their skates, and they still manage to keep those little legs just.
Yeah.
Hey, those made a comeback in the 80s.
What?
The shoe, like, isn't that like a roller skate that's like a shoe?
Those I think were probably.
These are the clamp on the
Come on.
shoes, probably.
Oh.
They don't
Yeah.
taste like
Oh,
those.
yes, I had some-
They are just so cute.
and they just, like, stretched out
I don't
to-
use that.
Yeah, I had a pair of those.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Neva and I had
Oh, yeah.
those skates that we clamped on our shoes, and
They'd always come off and hit you. in the back
and
of
we
the leg.
would go all the way up. Hopefully, we were always trying to get all the way up to the top of the hill in front of Grandpa's house there,
Of
or
course.
Dale and Maxine's house over on Newton Street.
Yeah.
Because that's a pretty steep hill if you're on roller skates.
Especially up at the top.
I'm pretty sure I never made it all
I
the
don't
way.
think I did either. I came close once, and I
Yeah.
think that's all I wanted.
Yeah,
Because that was scary enough.
yeah, it was scary.
Because then you have to slow down enough. You end up bailing out into somebody's yard down at the
Oh.
bottom because you don't have brakes.
That's good.
So at this time, Mom and Dad had met each other. This is July of 41, and the registration process came for Dad. How about that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, how about that, Lily?
Swimsuit.
Bathing beauties.
Yes, please.
Yes,
Yes, please. They're so beautiful.
It's just that it's so strikingly different than all the other photos where they're all just standing straight as arrows next to the house.
Oh, here
Ah,
comes a
along
boy.
comes
We
Jerry.
waited a long time to have a boy.
Let's try one more time. Maybe we can get a boy. And they made it.
And there's Amy with the baby. She loves babies.
Now, this is one time, it's not the first one that gets all the photos, it's the last one.
Because it's a boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so Freda was still having children
She was at a
3
school.
years before you were born, Neva.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And let's see, she was born in 1901, right?
Yes,
So she would have been 40, it was early 40s.
40, yeah.
42, something like that. Yeah. Which was back then.
That was pretty old.
Yeah. Well, that's a fun picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. Everybody's happy and not the old frown from the early days.
And that's
That's
great grandpa.
great grandpa. Yep. I mean, that's kind of how we remember him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because we didn't, this was before Neva or I were born, but he looked like that
Mhm.
forever and ever, from our recollection.
Yeah, this little pipe and
Yeah.
What tall is good?
She's tall.
yeah.
Of course, Grandma was short.
Yeah, so the two together. Yeah, what would you say? Maybe 5, 6, 7?
Well, she's at least, 5 inches or so taller than Mom.
Your mom was 5'2", wasn't she?
I don't think she was that. I'm 5'2". Yeah.
Oh, okay. And she was shorter. than
She
you.
was shorter than
I know
me,
she
a little bit.
shrank though.
She did shrink a lot. Yeah. Sure. So let's say she's 5'2". That would be
Oh.
5.7.
Fun snowball fights
I
here.
love these pictures.
Yeah, these are great.
These are Meet Me in St. Louis pictures, the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Now, so Roger, how far does this go? Because we've been on for quite a while.
Well, this is the biggest group, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
Um,
But how far does it go as far as time? Was it
I have,
into the 70s or?
no, this
oh my goodness.
Oh,
This-
it's in the 50s, right?
this group goes up through 45 or 6, something like that.
Okay, okay.
Looks like some kind of a harvest festival or something in
Yeah.
Gothenburg.
Yeah,
Nice. Nice pictures.
Denver
Grandma,
Union
Grandpa.
Station. She looks like she's been crying.
Yeah, she's probably getting on the train to go back to Gothenburg. Because Dad, after he had his initial training, he was sent to Lowry Field, where he was in the Army Air Force Medical Corps. And that's how the Denver connection started. Yeah, I love this
How
one.
about Fern? Because they were there together, right? In Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She came after, right?
Yeah, they were in an apartment together.
Yeah.
Fern was upstairs and Mom and Grandma and Grandpa were downstairs.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Boy, baby brother.
Yeah. That's probably the family chair, Becky, that you have.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I bet it is.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Said even that profile is like still looks.
Yeah, that was Jerry.
He must have got messy because this is still the same birthday cake, but he's got different clothes on, right? I mean, it isn't
Or he
this kid, but
maybe that's what he was in, and then we did it. He was playing. They brought the cake out and hadn't changed it yet
into his nice clothes or whatever.
because they were afraid he was going to get hurt.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe. And that's a nice picture.
Yeah, yeah. It's probably one of the best ones. That
How
too.
long it took her to do her hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, women spent a lot of their lifetime in curlers.
Uncomfortable curlers. I love this picture.
One of our favorite
that's
photographs
great.
of all time. Yes. Halloween, 1942.
Wait, yeah. I'm gonna send a picture of this to Anna and she. Yeah, you do. Anna loves Halloween.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, she's been putting Halloween stuff on Facebook for weeks now already.
Really?
Yeah.
She bought so much supplies already. And boots.
Oh, this is interesting. I didn't realize that Betty Clark, this is Dale
Dale's
Clark's sister. But she was in Mom's graduating class.
I would never remember that independently, but that sounds familiar.
I like that coat that she was wearing, that Betty Clark was wearing.
Yeah, the
Oh,
plaid
yeah.
coat.
Oh, this
Yeah,
one?
That's really cute. I would wear it.
That is cute, like that pattern in it.
You probably don't have a lot of use for it down there though, do you, where you live? There's Grandma with her camera again.
Your great. So what Amy played in the band?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. Okay, any day now, we're gonna have a wedding, I think.
Yeah.
We're getting close, May of 43.
Oh, there's grandpa, great grandpa. Yeah.
Is that, yeah. They have a garden. Huh?
Yeah, I think it's just the family garden.
Wow,
Yeah,
fancy.
Yeah, that's true. I'll just stick that in there. Oh, that's cute. Yeah.
Oh, that, the picture with your mom and dad behind Jerry, that was their wedding picture.
no, well, that was a couple months after they were married. Another critter.
Dog named Trixie. We've got a name for an animal finally.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, so Freda started writing the names of the pets on the back of the photographs.
Oh, okay. It's a good picture.
Everybody's happy.
Miller Cain.
I like this one.
Mm-hmm. Not even standing on a step, she's not as tall. As
Yeah, yeah.
And that's a Jerry.
Mm-hmm. Now that looks like fern.
It
doesn't
does.
Yeah, it
Yep.
does.
Yeah.
Ooh, snowmobiles.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
The thing you put them in and then they go, I have to go to the bathroom
Yes.
before I go outside to play.
Oh, yes.
no.
Something stopped. Not sure why. Well, oh no, the application just shut down again.
That's weird.
That's the second time that's happened.
Yeah.
Maybe somewhere in the menu, there's like a thing where it shuts off after a certain number of minutes.
You wonder. Gosh. And it also, I know these were bigger before. That timeline up there, my gosh.
We were having trouble with that the other day. When you were.
Oh, wait a minute. We're still in the,
Yeah. You should help Grandpa out there.
and we're getting closer. Somewhere right in here, wasn't it? Oh, yeah.
Well, that, Anna said that's a cool photo. She likes it.
Oh, the Halloween one?
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's
Screen
this.
share.
You're not sharing the screen.
You're not sharing the screen.
Oh,
No.
well, I need to.
Oh, that black box down here. Go down there.
And
The
then
green
And
arrow.
hit
do
the
a
green
full
arrow.
screen.
And then share screen.
Yeah, kind of got to start the whole thing over, don't you?
Yeah.
And then down share. And then get rid of that.
We'll go to more. And then hide the floating meeting controls.
It takes a village.
Gee, Christmas.
We love technology. Oh, yeah.
Let's make sure this is working first. No, it's frozen up too. Now it'll work. Okay. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Notice Mom's getting a little pudgy there.
I'm hiding. I'm hiding.
Here comes the
And you'll never, I got to tell you this. I think these photos might have been in her album, but underneath the photograph were these negatives. She did not want
she
this
didn't
print.
develop those.
She never, well, she threw the prints away or whatever, you know, I don't know.
Wow.
But she didn't want them to be in the album.
Oh my God.
But the negatives were there underneath the
I'm
photograph.
glad you found those.
Oh yeah, it was so.
Well, I'm thinking that she would have taken those to send to Dad,
Probably, yeah.
but
Oh,
there was
maybe
no
she would-
evidence of any. Which, yeah,
Maybe she mailed the photograph to him.
I
Yeah.
wonder.
Yeah.
But you would think he would.
They could have gotten lost. I mean, it was war. War as hell.
Yeah.
True.
Look at
Yeah, I
that
got rid
hair.
of all the
Jeez.
letters.
Wow. That looks like 80s hair,
Yeah.
And because
especially on the adult.
of limited space, I guess. Looks like our old junior high jumpsuit set. She had on.
Oh yeah, this one.
Did you have
Yeah.
Did you have a jumpsuit when you were
No.
junior? Actually, it was in junior high, I guess.
Oh yeah, gym suits. Yeah.
Did you have a jumpsuit?
I'm sure we had to have shorts that were a certain color or something, maybe. I
Ours
don't.
were like a little jumpsuit thing.
So
Yeah, I
so
remember.
Jerry, it looks like Grandpa Miller sitting there with his legs crossed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that smile.
Yes.
Let's see, and then-
Now, this is an interesting one because it's got some of the Millers and some of the Cains, you know, Joy with
Yeah,
the youngest of Freda's. Visiting, I guess.
must have. Yeah, City Park.
Yep, City Park. Mom always took any visitors to City Park, not by car.
September, so she must have been out there for
For you.
me.
Yep.
Well, that's an interesting serviceman.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
there you
there
go.
oh.
And Jerry.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So when grandma would come over to the hospital, you know, because back then women were kept in the hospital for a week,
Right.
she'd leave Jerry down in the lobby.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine doing that today?
Oh. Well, the other day when Anna needed to see a doctor, I came and watched the two little boys that she watches just for long enough for her to see the doctor. I just sat with them in the waiting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Sailor suit.
Sweet.
That's a great picture there of all, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like that.
Boy, that's quite an outfit.
So this says participants not can now. I can see her.
Yes, snowman.
Oh,
Oh.
this is one of our favorites.
I've never seen that one before. Was that in the album? Was
Yeah,
it?
I think it was an album, but
So this was when he was overseas.
yeah, so right there,
So he shipped out in June in 1944. He was born in September of 44. And then he came back in
December of 45.
yeah. Ooh,
That's so
Dutch
Danish,
girl.
right?
Yep. Nice hairdo you had there, Neva.
Oh, it looks like the hairdos I know. Who was
Yeah,
it?
the-
Yeah.
Yes.
I like the short tie on Herman.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Definitely makes him look like a Herman.
Yep. Yep.
It's funny how title lengths have changed. Bigly.
So that was Betty's graduation?
No, this was Amy.
Four generations.
Yep.
Oh.
The typical 4-generation shot.
Yeah.
Remember,
Grandpa
he used to
Christensen.
walk downtown Gothenburg and bring back a little bag of lemon drops for us.
I remember lemon drops was his favorite candy to have around for kids.
choke on him.
Oh.
A sweet little boy.
Yeah, it's interesting. When they started, they didn't really have color photography, but they started colorizing the black and white photographs. So that's what these two are. Their cheeks weren't really that rosy. This is in front of the apartment on High Street. Yeah.
Sweetheart.
It was a neat place to take visitors, wasn't it? And it was
Yeah,
fairly
especially when
close.
you live in an apartment.
Hmm.
you know, Basically 2 rooms and a small kitchen. And the zoo was there, so they probably.
Oh, yeah.
Went to the zoo because I'm sure it was free.
And we always fed ducks.
Fed ducks. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Jerry
Always
feeding the
had-
ducks.
Mhm. Take a bag of breadcrumbs.
We give him breadcrumbs in Minnesota.
9 months old Neva.
Was that same thing, that stroller thing that Jerry had?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Wouldn't-
No, probably not, because how would they get it there?
Yeah.
It's not like today.
Because they would have been traveling by train. Oh, yeah.
Shoot those candles out.
See, we even had assault rifles back then, but we let kids play with them.
They put your mom.
Okay, so December 15th, 1945, Sergeant Dale Cain got his discharge. Got to see his daughter for the first time. Gosh, imagine how excited Mom must have been for that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I hadn't noticed this before. Notice on the car,
Mhm.
that
Oh,
big
that's a
blanket. It's probably how you're made sure you want to be able to get it started in the morning.
Yeah, I suppose so.
See how Dad, he would kind of bend at the knees to get a little lower down so they didn't look so
Yeah,
much taller than
yeah.
anybody else.
Let's see. Oh, little outfit, winter coat and hat.
There's Betty. Amy. dressed up pretty snazzy there, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
got a little hat on there.
Like that, an Uncle Sam kite. With your great grandpa Christensen. Eldine holding you. And Jerry pulling you in the wagon. I like that one.
Yeah.
I remember having that fur hat.
Oh yeah?
Well, because it probably had it for
Well,
more
yeah.
than.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wonder who did that?
Yeah. Wonder who put you on top of the car.
Oh.
Let's go shooting. Or stand on the running board. That was,
Another
how many photographs have we seen where you
kids are on the running board of anybody on the running board.
Yeah. Yep. This was Dale Clark's registration card. 1946 was when he went to the service.
Dad, are those registration cards when you scanned in?
Yeah.
You actually have it, or was it a picture of it?
We actually have these.
So we need to get that back to.
Well, actually, now this one's kind of odd. Yeah. This one I'm not sure, but for sure we physically have the ones, for Dad and Grandpa. Yeah, this one's odd. I mean, it looks like we have it, but I don't know why we would.
No.
I think this was
Maybe 20.
25th or something.
No. Maybe 21. Maybe it was the 20th.
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't make sense.
Well, somewhere in there
Jerry,
though.
get your finger out of your
Yeah. Quit picking your nose.
Wow, we're taking your picture.
Oh, don't eat it.
Eating your boogers. Yeah.
No.
Quit yelling at me.
There's a story there in 3 frames. Like, you don't pick your nose, don't eat your boogers, and now you just got shamed. Oh.
Yeah.
He got in now. He's playing with something.
Yeah. This is all kinds of family members and moms, aunts, and uncles, and great grandpa over here, and Freda and Herman and Sophus. And this is Bob Christensen here. There's Dad.
I wonder if this was for that celebration with the cake.
Yeah, we'd have to look at the clothes and see.
Well, we'll do that sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$1946. So yeah, that was their 25th, their 25th wedding anniversary. So this is really the Christensen family. Remember, Carl, by this time, his wife had long passed away, but she gave birth, Karen did, to 6 children.
Right.
And 3 of them died. And these are the ones that continued on. And we actually went looking for grave sites for them when we went back in 2016 with Mom.
Yeah, Maxine really wanted to find that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it'd be like, you know, there were 2 or 3 uncles there. That's how she viewed them. You know, those are my uncles. I'd like to. Where were they buried? You know, are there stones there? But we walked through a lot of cemeteries back in that area, in the Weeping Water area, looking for them. And I think we finally concluded that most likely they really couldn't afford that anyway. So they probably just, you know, buried them on the
farm,
the tenant farm that they happened to be on at the time. And I think they probably died in childbirth or something too. I mean, it wasn't like they were 2 or 3-year-old kids.
Wasn't it a set of twins
And then one
girl,
I think.
I thought there was
Yeah,
a
I think it was
girl
2
in
boys
there,
and a
2 boys
girl.
and a girl.
Yeah, but they didn't have names. And this is Sophus and Bob Christensen's wives. And I remember these are sisters, so they married the sisters. You can see that they're sisters, right?
Yeah.
It's the part on High Street. Yeah, it was the zoo.
Take the visitors to the zoo. Yep.
Grandma's hat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Trikes just looked big in those days, didn't
Yeah,
they?
looked like
Yeah.
those bicycles that had the big front wheel and the little bitty back one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that Trixie? A different dog.
I don't know. I'd have to look at the dates on that. Now, did you actually build that snowman, Neva?
I remember it distinctly.
You probably put the eyes and nose and mouth on it.
Yeah. I wonder where that was.
Where?
Where the snowman was.
Oh,
Because I don't. That's a fun one.
yeah.
What is that?
That's another house they lived in Gothenburg. They lived in at least 3, if not 4 houses in Gothenburg over the years. Yeah. Nice looking family. Okay, there's 1958, 1971.
Well, didn't change much,
You
did
know,
it?
they sure didn't.
Didn't, no,
Wow.
yeah.
Mm-mm.
And this, of course, is the end of this group. It's our cousin Doug Bailey.
Yes. He's the one that could I don't know if he made it appear, but he would put like a cherry stem in his mouth and
Tie it.
tie it.
Right.
Oh.
That's right.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
We went to Elitch's with him, and he was the one who started making all the cow and horse noises when we were
Was
in
he the
those
one?
back and forth.
That was funny.
Yeah, you're going
It
up.
was quite a.
Yeah. All of a sudden, moo.
Yeah.
People are looking around, thinking, "Who's that?"
And then you're getting embarrassed because you're standing right there.
yeah, you're standing next to him, and
Well, guys, this
Okay.
was fun. So now click so we can see everyone.
yeah. Out of that. And out of this. All right. Where is it? Where do I find it?
Oh, in the circle thing, the blue circle thing. This one right there.
This one?
Yeah.
Launch the meeting.
Uh-oh.
I think they're getting ready to say goodbye.
Oh,
So we're trying to get back to see you.
to say goodbye.
I
I'd minimize it.
Yeah.
and Click on the actual Zoom application.
Oh, the
Yeah.
camera.
This
right
one?
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
ah
Just say sign in
Cool.
or join
Oh.
meeting. Oh, there. Okay, there we are.
What?
There we are. Thank you,
Hi.
Jason.
did Jay
Yeah.
fix this?
Click,
I
click.
just broke in. Sorry.
Good job. Good job. Couldn't do it without you. For sure.
Okay, well that takes us up through about 1946, and I think that's probably about all we can handle at one time.
Yeah.
That might be a little more than we want to do
really
next time.
champs hanging in there for this long.
You guys are tough.
Well, Dad, I'll be honest and say that I wasn't sure how exciting this was going to be. Knowing that we had 1,200 photos to look at, and there were people I had no idea existed prior to today. But it's been good. I've enjoyed it. It's been I don't know. I feel like connected to my roots right now. Pretty cool.
There you go. Yeah.
He did an amazing job putting it all together.
Yeah, great job.
Just so that you guys, because you'll want to tell your buddies what a boring weekend you had, but you watched 1,200 photographs.
Family photos.
Well, and
Mostly
I
in
will also have to
Nebraska.
say, Dad, I remember slideshows with you where I swear we spent 10 minutes on one photo. So I was expecting like this was going to take years, but
Yes.
There's little Lily.
Is that
Oh
Lily?
my gosh, she looks like some of
Aw,
those
so
cute babies we
cute.
saw.
Yeah,
Little Danish baby.
really, she does. Looks just like a Danish baby.
You got the
Gosh.
genes, Lily. Yes.
That was a 5-hour ordeal. Oh, gosh.
Well, let's not call it an ordeal. I mean,
Oh my.
Good thing you're not a salesman.
Oh, my back is so tight. Lily, I need you to give me a massage on my back. Oh.
And I would too.
I know you would. You'd fix me up in no time at all. You'd hurt me, but you'd fix me up. Well, so we'll do another one sometime in the future. I don't know how often people want to do this stuff,
but maybe only half as long, I'm thinking.
Now,
Well,
you have
it was all right. I mean, I was in and out, so I was distracted. I mean, it worked out for me. I got to see plenty of pictures too. I know I missed some, but yeah, it was just cool feeling like I was hanging out with you guys all, the whole time.
yeah.
So just so you know, Roger plans to put these on one of those forever discs and distribute them to people.
Cool.
yeah, that's the eventual plan of how do you share this with the family? Other than, Jason's got the Zoom meeting recording, which is, one way to do it. But my intention when I started the project was also to make sure that all the members of the family and, our cousins and anybody that we think is associated with these different groups, pieces of the family, that we would just burn them on one of those forever discs and pass that over to their family, and then they can do whatever they want to do with it from
And
then on.
I guess we could ask people if they want them, because if they don't want them, and if it's just going to clutter up their lives, we don't need to do that. But I think that anyone who's interested in them, we can do that.
I'm pretty sure that any of our cousins, they would love to have something like this.
Mhm. Not the whole thing, but yeah.
Yeah,
Those
just
things
each,
that apply to them.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So that, only a few of the cousins, well, only our siblings would have all of these groups. A lot of our cousins would just have, maybe the first 2-hour chunk or whatever, because that's,
Our siblings and our kids.
yeah,
maybe.
but
I mean,
right.
And grandkids. I don't know.
But once you get into the cousins, they wouldn't want all of it, because there are segments of the family that don't apply to our cousins.
Like the Miller girls.
Yeah, they wouldn't want the photos of the Cain side, because they don't have
And
anything
probably
to
all
do
those
with that.
pictures of Neva.
Well, they've got their dad in there too.
Well, yeah.
And the other thing though is, because every file name has the name of the people that are in that photo, using this application that I use today, you can just go and say, I want you to find every photograph I have that has the word Tim in it. And, right away, it will bring up all the photos out of my whole collection that have the word Tim in the file name.
That's pretty cool.
So it
And
sounds like
spell
we
it right.
That is,
Tim.
that's more accurate than any of these facial recognition crap things that they have.
Oh yeah, but that's it. The facial recognition is just really easy.
That's what?
Easy.
Oh, easy.
Really easy, yeah.
Yeah. But I have to
Well,
name the
so-
photographs anyway.
Right. So have we seen all of the photos you've curated, or do you have another, a bunch of photos already ready to present?
Well, so this goes up to 1946, but the next thing that we would do is just, because now we're in just Dale and Maxine's family stuff. There'll still be pictures of their siblings, because they got together and did things like that. But all of the family photographs that have been in albums or 35 millimeter slides, any of that, all of those are scanned and identified up to 1972. So I have a long way to go, but
Okay.
at least I'm up to where Jason's a little whippersnapper.
Maybe.
So the plan is, I'll keep scanning, because I didn't get a digital camera until 2003. So my own family photos here, I don't need to scan beyond 2002. But any photos that mom and dad had that they took, they weren't using digital for a lot more years. And they had albums for, like everybody would send grandma the pictures of the kids doing this and that. So Neva would send them. And so there's a lot of those photos that are in mom and dad's album. So they'll get scanned as well. So it's not just photos that mom and dad took. Probably a huge majority of the photos that mom had in her album, either she took when we all visited her, or they were photos that we sent her. So there will be some that you guys probably have already because they're in your mom's collection, for example. But they'll get scanned because I don't have any way of knowing what you already have. So that's the plan for the future. But, you know, from now on, most of the photos won't have anything written on them that tells you who they are or the year or any of that, because about at this point, everybody starts coming recognizable. That would probably just be too overwhelming for me to actually try to put information on the front of each photograph, who it is and what year and that kind of thing.
Yeah, confirming the exact year.
Yeah.
And
I
not misspelling anything.
And not misspelling anything. Well, I'll probably do some of that because it's advantageous as you're kind of going through a show. Just like if you're looking at somebody's actual physical photo album, most people write in there, you know, the year, and then the next 4 pages are from that year, and then they put a new year on it, or sometimes they'll put the actual date underneath it so you know, oh, that was so-and-so's event or birthday or whatever. So I'll probably try to capture some of that as well, but not to the extent that I did the first 5 groups that we did today. So if you notice, probably that last 2-hour stretch, we really got into the Dale and Maxine, and most of those did not have any information written on them.
Yeah.
But now that Neva's born, and if we watched another half hour, I'd get to be born, and from then on, you probably recognize everybody.
All right.
So question is, you know, I mean, I'm available to do it anytime, and I just don't know how often people want to do this.
Well, let's give us a break for, I don't know,
Yeah.
a few weeks.
No, I think definitely. Yeah, I don't want to do this every Saturday until I'm caught up.
Yeah.
Maybe the downtime of the holidays or something, or
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh yeah, downtime for an old retired guy, right?
well, I was not talking about you. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Well, I have more of an idea of how long it takes to go through a certain number of photos too, which makes it a little easier to schedule people, you know.
Well, and I think from now on, you could really do it more as a, let's do it for this long. Because see, from now on, you can stop at any point.
Yeah,
And
true.
it would be disruptive if we would have stopped it in the first couple of hours today, because you sure wanted to get through each family group, you know, and not wait for a couple months to finish that family group. But, you know, from now on, everything is just Dale and Maxine's group. So that'd be another way to consider it, is just picking, let's not go beyond 2 hours or something like that. And you just do as much as you can in that 2-hour period.
Yeah.
Come back a few months later. And this Zoom works, and for me, incredibly well. I was so happy that we got so many people involved.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Dylan, because he was the first one that said, yeah, I want to be there, send me the link. So I'm not sure what happened to him.
Probably just forgot. How long ago did he tell you that he wanted to do that?
Oh, 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, he forgot.
Well, I mean,
I almost did too. I had to set my alarm yesterday because I knew I would forget. And Lily ran out with my phone. Dad. Oh yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Lily.
You know, Mark, I have one of these things, you know, it's paper, but it's called a calendar, and there's a little block that has a day on it.
You have to look at that.
And you just write on there a time on that day.
Also, you have to know
I can write as many notes on all calendars and notebooks and everything, reminders and stuff. But if I'm like in the caught up in the moment of doing something else. That said, I'm easily distracted. I have 5 kids and all,
Yeah. Stuff going on.
never a dull moment.
I thought all those modern phones everybody had, you could set alarm bells
Well,
to
that's
go
what
off
Mark
or
did.
anything.
Well, I did.
That's- Yeah.
Yeah, but I would expect that Tim would have done that too.
Everybody
Just
froze
use my
up.
brain.
I meant Dylan,
Oh, Dylan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, Mark is frozen. Oh, now he's back.
yeah.
I'm back. Yeah.
Looks like it's low.
Are you saying I don't use my brain, Tim?
It's not exactly
Mark,
what I said. no.
Mark has 5 children, right? So 5 birthdays, and then each one of those kids has, I don't know how many friends that have birthdays that you have to like be kind of aware of because you have to take them to those, and every
You have
one
to
of them
know all
does
their
events
names, too.
every week, and you have to know their names. Yeah, yeah.
And their parents' names. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we could wait for the
Like the
next
challenge.
section for when all of Mark's kids are, out of the house and on their own.
Oh, that's a long time.
Yeah, I know. Who knows if Evan will leave the house when he's 18? So
That may not happen. Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly. So that is very open-ended.
Yeah.
I'll leave when I'm like 19.
Oh, okay. Well, at
I
least you
still
have a
want,
card.
That's one.
yeah, and I know what I'm gonna do after high school. I'm gonna
What, do you
join
want-
the military.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Ah.
Top Gun,
Specifically,
baby.
I want to
Top
be
Gun.
an aviator. Yeah.
You look good with those
Yeah.
earphones on.
Pardon?
You look good. Yeah, you look like an aviator with the earphones on. You know
Right
how
now.
they always have to wear the.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for everybody, those who drove here and those who drank a lot of coffee to watch for 5 hours. I'm impressed.
thanks for
doing
putting the
it
work
all.
out. I know it was a lot of research and a lot of photo cataloging. That's just amazing. Tons of work.
Enjoyed every bit of it. Well, we'll see you guys. Signing off here.
Bye.
Bye,
Love you all.
everybody.
Okay, bye.
Nice to
Everybody.
see you.
Bye-bye.